susceptible to us people. If it comes into contact with the skin, it can have a really bad effect on the skin, and that leads to dermatitis. Dermatitis is a horrible disease. Yeah, it's very, very unsightly. It can be very, very painful as well. So one of the things that we've got to ensure is if we're working in fuel, that we wear the correct PPE. Dermatitis affects the skin. It's not just the hands, as shown on the slide. It affects the skin. So if you're in a fuel tank and you've been laid in a puddle of fuel, and it soaks through your overalls, it could well be that you get dermatitis on the skin in that area. And once you've got it, it's very difficult to treat effectively. As I say, very, very painful. So if you're going into a fuel tank, if you're working with fuel, wear the correct PPE. Yeah, and similarly, when we're working with fuel, because that fuel is critical to the safe operation of the aeroplane, we've got to look after it. We've got to make sure that the fuel's fit for purpose. So we need to make sure that it's clear of any debris, any foreign matter. When it talks about contaminants, for some of your smaller aircraft, the fuel bins are left outside. Yeah, and they can get water in them. If we get fuel contaminated with water, that can be a problem. If we're disconnecting any of the fuel pipe work in the aircraft, we need to make sure that it's blanked properly so we don't introduce contaminants. And those blanks are specifically designed for the task, and they're made out of a fuel-proof material. So making sure that we use the correct blank in the correct place. Reconnecting, yeah, obviously any blanks need to be taken out. And the reason they say that is it's very easy with a fuel pipe. Rather than blanking it properly, people will just stuff a bit of rag or something down the pipe just to seal it off. And that rag gets forgotten about and gets left in. So there's a big thing now about using the correct blanks. Yeah. Likewise, if you've been working in a tank, if you've been doing any work in there, if you've been using jointing compounds, we need to make sure any excess has been removed, because the fuel and the jointing compound can react, and the jointing compound again can get carried through the system and create blockages and all sorts of nasty stuff. Anybody got any questions there? No questions there? Right, we'll plough on then. Right, certain additives that we need to put into our fuel. We'll go through each of them, but out of that list of additives, again, we need to highlight the fact that we're putting icing inhibitor in there and biocides in there. We'll go through what each one does individually, but out of that list, fizzy and biocide are the important ones.
Hello, Jim.
Hello.
In this chapter, this blanks and covers, where we use this blanks and cover in fuel system?
When you've disconnected any pipework, or if you've got an open fuel tank, yeah, we need to cover that.
Only in that case, not in normal case we didn't use this.
In normal use, no. You know, in your everyday, the fuel system's intact. It's when the aircraft comes into the hangar for maintenance. If you disturb the fuel system, if you disconnect a pipe, you need to make sure that that pipe's blanked correctly. If you've got to go into a fuel tank, yeah, we need to make sure that all the correct blanks are fitted for the open pipe work. And if you're working in a tank, you come out for the night, rather than leaving the tank open, what we'd normally do is just put some sort of cover on there just to keep any rubbish, any contaminants out.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyone else? No. Lovely. Right. So our fuel then. We've said that we've got to look after it. We need it to combust and to burn for efficient engine operation. Yeah, and because of the nature of the fuel and how it's produced, there are certain additives that we need to put in there. Yeah.
क्लासमा अहिले 5 मिनेटमा.
Anybody understand that?
Naveen, mic off.
Antioxidants. We put antioxidants in the fuel just to stop chemical reactions causing oxidation, which would cause the fuel to turn into a really gooey, gummy, horrible consistency. And again, because it turns gummy, it'll clog everything up. So the antioxidants are in there to prevent chemical reactions between the fuel and the surrounding air, creating these oxidation reactions. The metal deactivator is put into the fuel to make sure that it doesn't react with certain metals that might be used in components. It's very, very unlikely, but the metal deactivator is just a belt and braces. Other thing that we add a static dissipator or an electrical conductivity additive, and the reason for that is we don't want a build-up of potential difference within the fuel. Let's say we have a lightning strike or something of that nature. There's a potential for a build-up of static or whatever it might be. So all that the additive does is makes the fuel a little bit more conductive, so the potential difference or the possibility of that PD build-up is removed. The corrosion inhibitor, we said before, we don't want the fuel to react with any of the components or the pipework in the system. So we put the corrosion inhibitor in there just to do as the name suggests, to prevent the possibility of the fuel causing corrosion. But that corrosion inhibitor as well, it's going to line all the components. It's going to put a coating on the components internally and on the inside of the pipework. And because it's putting that coating on, it's improving the lubrication properties of the fuel. So as the fuel's flowing through, it's actually lubricating the components as it goes, and the film that's left is acting as the corrosion preventative. The fizzy that we put in the fuel, the fuel system icing inhibitor, and that inhibitor is there to lower the freezing point of the fuel mixture itself. Fuel naturally contains water. It's just something we can't get away from. And if we go to high altitude where it's really cold, again, we've got a potential for the water that's in the fuel to freeze. So what happens with the fizzy? The fizzy lowers the freezing point of the fuel mixture. So by adding it in, it brings down the freezing point of the water, but highlighter, it's bringing down the fuel, the freezing point of the fuel mixture. Okay with that?
Okay, dokie.
Okay, dokie. Right. Give me 2 ticks, just make sure I've not missed anything there. Yeah, the additives, antioxidants, we just need to know that they're in there. Metal deactivators, don't worry about. Static dissipator, we just need to know it's in there. Corrosion inhibitor, just need to know it's in there. Fuel system icing inhibitor, definite highlighter, and definitely highlight the fact that it's lowering the freezing point of the fuel mixture, and that freezing point is because there is water within the fuel. Ta-ding-ding-ding. I don't see anything else that I've missed there. Yeah, we know about the labeling.
Jim,
Sorry?
this lubricity improver, what's that? In corrosion inhibitor.
It just means that it's improving the lubrication of the fuel. As the fuel's flowing through the pipework and the valves internally, it's just lubricating as it goes along. Because we can't get into the system to carry out lubrication. Yeah, we just put an additive into the fuel and that does the job for us.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Jim,
yeah.
whatever this metal deactivator,
Like I say, we don't need to worry about that. We just know that it's in the fuel. The metal deactivator is there to... There are certain metals that fuel will react with. Oops, bollocks.
in this case, already it is in the fuel. We don't have to worry about it.
Say that again, sorry.
We don't have to worry about these metals.
No, you just need to... like I said, we need to know that they put these additives into the fuel. The ones that we're really bothered about for what you guys want, yeah, is the fizzy, and we need to know how that works, what it's doing, yeah, and the biocides that I'm just going to come on to now. The other ones, we just need to know that there are other additives that are put into the fuel. Yeah. But because it's in the notes, I've got to go through it. Okay?
Okay, Jim, yeah.
Yeah. Right. So, just to recap that a little bit, we should have highlighted the labels for, or we should have highlighted the two types of fuel, the AVTER, the avgas, the labeling for the fuel, the red rectangle, blue bar, black rectangle, two black bars, and the hazardous information, the St Andrew's cross, the flame, the dead fish. Yeah, we should have highlighted the fact that avgas is blue in colour, that our AVTER is clear. Yeah, freezing point of Jet A1. Jet A1, the common AVTER is around about minus 47. Yeah, we'll look at the other types of fuel just for info. Said that cleanliness is essential in the system, that we've got to use blanks and covers, all good stuff. And that fuel can lead to dermatitis. The additives that we put in, yeah, out of those, be aware of the others, but don't waste your time concentrating on them. But certainly, fuel system icing inhibitor, make sure that you know what that's doing. And that is lowering the freezing point of the fuel mixture. Happy days. Okay.
It's lowering the freezing point of water in the fuel or the fuel mixture?
No, in the fuel mixture. Fuel contains water naturally. Yeah. So what the icing inhibitor does, it lowers that prevents the water from freezing, but it is lowering the freezing point of the fuel mixture itself.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very easy. So it lowers the freezing point of the water, but it doesn't. The whole idea is so that the fuel doesn't freeze up. So it's the fuel mixture that's getting the benefit.
Jim,
Yeah.
in our notes there are these hazardous components R12, R26, 27, 28. There are these things. I think have you gone through this?
No, because we don't need to.
We don't need to go through this.
Not those bits. No.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
just need to know that the fuel is hazardous to us. We need to know that it's going to be labelled to tell us it's hazardous with that St Andrew's cross, the dead fish, the dead tree, the burning flame.
We do not
that's
have
not
that
given in our notes.
Exactly, yeah.
Jim,
We do not have those symbols with dead tree, dead fish.
You need to know that, yeah.
That's not mentioned in our note, Jim.
Our note,
I
yeah.
hope you are aware.
के चाहिँ मेन्सन भएको छैन भने
त्यो sign के त्यो that dead fish and
dead fish and dead tree are not involved in our book. Yeah.
छैन छैन त्यो इन्डस्ट्री मात्र भन्ने छ हैन
Right. Where
पेज नम्बर 8 को एन्डमा हेर न यु लेभलिङ सिम्बल भनेको छ त फ्लेम सेन्ट एन्ड्रयू क्रस डेड ट्री एन्ड फिश भनेर
लास्ट पेज तिर छ त्यो
पेज नम्बर 8 पेज नम्बर 10 को लास्टमा छ यु लेभलिङ सिम्बल भनेर फिगर चाहिँ छैन लेखा मात्रै छ
Figure छैन भनेको क्या.
Right, I don't know what was said there, but where it talks, if we're looking at avgas first off, yeah, there's a list of hazardous components that Prakash has just mentioned. Yeah. Then it tells you about protective clothing, then respiratory protection, wear a face mask, and right at the bottom of that, yeah, it has EU labelling.
Yes.
Yeah, it says flame, St Andrew's cross, dead tree and fish. It doesn't have the picture, admittedly, but the information is there.
Yeah, information is there. Yeah, we mean that there is no pictures.
Yeah, but
Take the screenshot of
that's what the presentation's there for, to show you that. So when you're reading the notes and you see that, you know, you've got an idea of what it looks like.
Okay, Jim, no problem.
All right.
We can go ahead.
Right. The other additive that we put into our fuel system is what they call a biocide. And the biocide is there to kill any fungus that starts growing in the fuel. That fungus, yeah, because we get water in the fuel, that water can contain bacteria, and those bacteria can get trapped in the water between the. It's just. If you imagine that's a fuel tank, yeah, and fuel in it. Fuel contains water. Water's heavier than fuel, so eventually, if it's left, it will start to settle at the bottom of the tank. And what happens where you get pockets of water trapped? It can have these little microbes in there, and these little microbes start to grow and they form a fungus in the tank. And obviously, this fungus, if it starts to move with the fuel, it's going to clog everything up. It can create big problems. That fungus is called, or the microbes are called Cladosporium resinae. Yeah. And as well as creating this gooey, horrible mass that can contaminate the fuel, what happens, because the water is trapped against the edge of the fuel tank, it can lead to corrosion. Yeah. So Cladosporium resinae is not a good thing to have in your fuel. So to prevent that, we put biocides in the fuel. In the notes, yeah, it says that Cladosporium resinae is found in the regions, I can't remember, is it 30 degrees north, 30 degrees south of the equator? That's your topical regions. That is hot and humid areas. Yeah. So clad normally found in hot and humid areas. Stick a highlighter through that. Stick a highlighter through the 30 degrees north, 30 degrees south. Yeah. But it's the heat and the humidity that cause it to grow. And once it's in the tank, we need to make sure that we can get rid of it. Yeah. So what we're looking for is this brown, gooey, horrible, sort of spongy mess that attaches itself to the skin of the tank. If you've got this stuff in your fuel tank, you'll know about it because it stinks to high heaven. It really smells foul. Yeah. And it can contaminate the whole tank, so we need to drain everything out. We need to clean the whole thing out and make sure that all that fungus, all that biological growth has been removed. So that's your Cladosporium resinae. Anybody got any questions there? Hot and humid climates, highlighter. Cladosporium resinae, highlighter. Yeah. And to prevent the growth of that in our tanks, we put the biocides in there, the additive. It says in the notes about the 30 degrees north and south of the equator, the hot and humid areas, but just be aware that because of global warming and all the rest, this stuff has been found out with those regions. Yeah, they found it over in America, North America. So it is quite possible that you'll come across it if a fuel tank's been left. Is everybody okay with that? Excellent. Fuel, yeah, we've said that the fuel has got to be looked after. Yeah. So the equipment that we use for the fuel, we've got to have quality control there. So we need to check the fuel is to the right standard. So we'll do that in the bulk storage areas. We'll do that at the refueling vehicles, the Bowsers. We'll do that at the fuel hydrants, the pumps that come out from under the tarmac. And all we're doing is making sure that the fuel is of the highest quality. So we're looking for sediment in there, bits of grit, grain, that sort of thing. Excess water. Yeah. Obviously, as said before, that fuel contains water, but we want to get rid of as much as we possibly can. So we check to see what the water content of the fuel is. And we also check for any other contamination. It could be that somebody's tipped a part-use can of oil into the fuel. Yeah, into the fuel drum. Anything like that could happen. Somebody's used the wrong fueling equipment and contaminated it. So again, we just need to be aware of that and make sure that the fuel is of the best quality. The fuel flow requirements for our aircraft, and again, just worth sticking a highlighter through these, that the fuel has got to deliver in excess of engine demand. So it doesn't matter what we're doing. When it says under the most adverse conditions, yeah, that fuel has got to go from the tank to the engine, and there's got to be more fuel available than the engine actually needs. And they define the adverse conditions as full power at sea level with an almost empty tank. Yeah, so you're flying on the bones of your backside, you're down at sea level, nearly out of fuel, but there's got to be sufficient fuel flow to feed the engines under those conditions. Those are your fuel flow requirements. Has anybody got any questions at all? Any of that lot? No? Right,
No,
what we'll
sir.
do, we'll have a quick look at the types of fuel tank, and then we'll stop for a cup of tea. Okay, so the three types of fuel tank that we will find in the aeroplane: the rigid tank, the flexible tank, and the integral tank. The rigid tank is, as the name suggests, it's just a little box that contains fuel with an outlet and a vent in it, and some sort of gauging facility. The flexible tank is the rubberized, as the name suggests, flexible, so we can fit them into smaller spaces. And the integral tank is actually part of the aircraft structure. So those are the three tanks that we'll look at. Don't matter what tank you've got, you need to be able to get into it. So there's going to be access panels on the aircraft, access panels for refueling, and access panels for getting in, for either you going into the tank or taking the tank out of the aeroplane. Rigid tanks live in little compartments in the aircraft, normally on your smaller, lighter aircraft. They're removable. They're a pain in the ass to get in and out, but that's by the by. Normally made from aluminium alloy. Yeah, and the shape for the wing that they're going in. Access holes for getting in and out, held in position by straps or screws. We're going to have a fuel feed line. Right, fuel feed line highlighter is at the lowest inboard point. The drain point for the tank is at the lowest point of the tank. Within the tank, yeah, again, highlighter, there are baffles. And the idea of the baffles is to stop the fuel sloshing about when the aircraft is manoeuvring. Yeah, it just keeps kind of keeps the balance, if you like. That's probably the wrong word, but it stops the fuel swashing from side to side and making the aircraft very difficult to fly. So inside your rigid tank, baffles, yeah. On the tank, the fuel feed line is the lowest inboard point. The drain point is the lowest point in the tank. Also in there, obviously, we need to get fuel in and out. So we've got a filler cap, and we need to know how much fuel is in there. So we'll have some sort of quantity indication. Again, don't worry about it. That's just a figure to show you what the tank looks like. Yeah, held in by straps, filler cap. And then your drain point at the lowest point, your fuel feed at the lowest inboard point. Flexible tanks, yeah,
Jim.
Yeah.
Jim, can you again tell me that, show me that fuel feed line at the lowest inboard point? I missed that.
Yeah. Where we're taking
No, in
the
the
fuel
picture.
out of the tank, the fuel feed line is at the lowest inboard point of the tank.
Yes.
Yeah. The drain point,
And the
because we're going to drain the tank, that's going to be at the lowest point of the tank.
Okay. In the picture. Yes, here.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So, what does this mean? Lowest inboard point and lowest point?
In the picture, you can show us that.
On that's just showing you a tank. Yeah. If that's the wing of an aeroplane, let's say a Cessna, yeah. In the wing, we're going to mount that fuel tank. This thing here, yeah. It's going to have its filler cap on the top. Yeah. So what we want, the lowest inboard point. Yeah. Your tank's normally going to be that sort of shape. The lowest inboard point is where we're going to take the fuel for the engine. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
The lowest point on the tank Yeah, right at the bottom, at the base of it, is where we're going to drain the fuel out. Should we need to empty it?
It doesn't matter it's inboard or outboard. Doesn't matter, but should be a lowest point, right, for the drain.
For the drain, is going to be at the lowest point of the tank. Yeah. So the tank is normally that sort of shape. Yeah. So the lowest point is where we can get the maximum amount of fuel out. The lowest inboard point is where we're going to take the feed for the engines.
Okay, Jim, got it. Thank you. Thank you. Very
Okay.
much. Okay.
Excuse me, Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah, in our notes, there is a line. The tank must be fuel tight, but the compartment in which it fits is not fuel tight. Could you elaborate it?
Yeah.
Yeah, did you hear?
That's your wing. That's your aeroplane. Yeah. The fuel tank is going to live in a compartment in the wing. The fuel tank itself shouldn't leak. It should be fuel tight. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the compartment around it, yeah, if that tank starts leaking, yeah, that fuel will show up outside. So the fuel tank itself is fuel tight. It's going to hold all the fuel, but the compartment in it is just a panel within the aeroplane. Yeah?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, with these things, they're just big metal boxes that hold fuel that are bolted into a compartment in the aeroplane. They take up a lot of space. Yeah, so we're not using the best space available. So one of the ways we can get around that is by using a flexible tank. And these flexible tanks are just made out of a fuel-proof sort of rubber material. And as the name suggests, they're flexible, so we can fold them down, pop them into a compartment, and then we can hold them on the tank wall by Velcro sometimes, press studs, or the other way we can do it is by using special string, and we can tie the tank up. So obviously then we fill it with fuel, and the tank expands, and it makes the most of all the space available to us. Again, example of your rubber tank, exactly the same as we've had before. We're going to have a filler cap. Yeah, somewhere we can attach the tank. Yeah, little press studs, or in a lot of cases, they're actually held in by this special string that I told you about. Somewhere for an indicator to go, and again at the lowest point there's going to be a drain for the tank. Yeah, so we'll have an inspection panel. Yeah, a vent. We'll look at vents in a wee while. Drain point at the lowest point, so we can get any fuel out if we need to remove the tank. Some sort of quantity indication. Point for refueling the tank, for getting fuel into it. And how it's held in place. The only thing that I'd really say about the flexible tanks is you need to be very, very careful when you are handling them. Yeah. Once they're in the aeroplane and they're strapped in position, they're very good. They're very hard, very robust. Once they're out of the aeroplane, they can be quite easily damaged. So if you do take these things out, make sure that you put them somewhere where nobody can walk on them, or they're not going to get bits of locking wire puncturing them. So that's our flexible tanks. The other type of tank we've got are integral tanks. The integral tank is part of the aircraft structure. Yeah, it forms part of the aeroplane. The integral tanks are sealed compartments within the aircraft, and we get into them, in and out of them via access panels, obviously. Within the tanks, sorry? All right. Within the tanks, we're going to have what they call diaphragms. They're exactly the same as our baffles. And the diaphragms are there, the baffles are there. So when the aircraft's manoeuvring, you're not getting great big rushes of fuel from one end of the tank to the other. It just damps out the movement of the fuel when the aircraft's manoeuvring. The fuel transferred from the different tanks to the engines via internal pipework. So because you've got the various tanks, obviously the fuel in those tanks has got to get to the engines. Yeah, we're going to shovel it around via pipelines. Yeah, so you need to know and highlight the fact that your integral tanks are part of the aircraft structure. Yeah, they've got these internal baffles in them or diaphragms in them, and the purpose of those is to stop rapid movement back and forth of the fuel when the aircraft's manoeuvring.
Jim, you mean that surge of fuel? It's controlled by surge of fuel, right?
Sorry?
Surge of fuel. Why we use the baffle is it's all about surge of fuel, like moving of fuel within a tank to tank. That is called surge, no?
That's your surge, yeah. So if I've got my aeroplane and I'm flying along straight and level, yeah, the fuel's going to sit in the tanks and it's going to be quite happy. If I maneuver the aeroplane, yeah, the fuel is going to run from the tip of the wing down to the end board end, and if we don't control the movement of that fuel, it could affect the balance of the aeroplane. You're going to get an almighty rush of fuel, which is what they call a surge. So by putting the baffles into the tank, we're just preventing that fuel from surging as the aircraft's manoeuvring.
A baffle and surge are same. Sorry, baffle.
Yeah, the baffles, the diaphragm, it's the same. The same thing. Yeah.
How these baffle plates prevent surge? Can you give us an idea?
If you've got a bowl of water,
Jim, please go to the next slide. Okay, now these are the that baffle plates, I think.
Yeah, and all they're doing is I'm just go back, get rid of that. If you've got a big tank of water, yeah, and I tip that tank, if I tip that tank, the water's going to try to run to that end, and it's just going to go very, very quickly. If I put some baffles in the tank, yeah, just little plates, it's going to slow down the movement of that water. So now if I tip the tank up, the water's going to hit the baffles and it's going to slow it down. So you're not getting that great big movement all at once.
Okay, as simple as that.
Is it? That's all it is, yeah, as simple as that. So the baffles are just there to prevent surge. And I think we said to stick a highlighter through that, didn't we? Yeah, exactly the same as you've got in your rigid tank. They just stop the fuel sloshing from one side to the other. Inside your tanks, obviously, we're going to have to seal them, so we're going to use proper sealant. Sealants, don't worry too much about. Again, that's more module 6, module 7 territory. But just be aware that the sealants that we use into the tanks are special sealants. They are fuel resistant. Yeah. We paint the internal surfaces of the tank around fasteners, cover those with sealant initially, and then we put another layer of sealant on top. So you have your faying compound, your filleting compound. Yeah, the sealant's flexible because the aircraft's constantly moving. The wings are flexing up and down. The fuselage is breathing in and out. Because the tanks are integral part of the structure, the sealant needs to be flexible. When it's talking about the paint schemes, we're just talking about the primers in the tank, and those primers again need to be fuel proof. Yeah. It's your fuel tank, yeah, with your baffles in there. In this case, the baffles have got lightning holes in, so the fuel can flow, but we're slowing down the motion of that fuel when the aircraft's manoeuvring. Again, just showing you the inside of a tank, just the access panel, so we can get into the fuel tank to carry out any maintenance that we need to. We'll look at going into fuel tanks later because you need to be specially qualified, authorised, and all the rest of it. Right, has anybody got any questions at all on anything that we've covered there?
In the
Jim, there are two compounds, faying compound and filleting compound.
Yes, faying compound is between two mating surfaces. So where you put two bits of metal together, rivet them together, you're going to put sealant between the two bits of metal. The faying surface is the area that's in contact, and then you're going to put a filleting compound, and the filleting compound just covers everything.
So filleting compound is a final sealant. Final layer of sealant.
Yes.
Okay.
Again, you've got two bits of metal that you're going to rivet together. Yeah, that's meant to be your rivet head. That's your rivet tail. Rivet head, rivet tail. What we'll do is the sealant that we put between the two bits of metal, is our faying compound. So that's in contact with the mating surfaces. Once we've put that on, what we're going to do is cover it with filleting compound. Yeah. So the faying is between the mating surfaces. The filleting is covering it all over, and again, it's just to prevent the possibility of any fuel seeping down inside between the rivet and the skin. Okay. Anybody else?
Sometimes there is some barrier coat used with the sealant. So what's the purpose of that?
Again, just additional sealing. That barrier coat is your filleting, really. Yeah.
Okay.
Once you've put those sealants on, you can put an extra thin coat on. It just gives an additional layer of seal.
Okay, and mostly the bigger aircraft use these integral fuel tanks.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know whether it mentions it now or later, but normally your main engine fuel is within the wings and within the fuselage tanks. We have a fuel tank up in the horizontal stabilizer sometimes, and that gets used for the APU. Yeah. So sometimes the APU will have its own dedicated fuel tank in the horizontal stabilizer. I'm not sure whether it mentions that now or whether it mentions it later in the notes, but we'll come across it. Right, I think I've covered all the important parts, and I've told you which bits to highlight out of that lot. Yeah, but when I'm saying highlight that, that doesn't mean don't read through the notes. Yeah, there's no guarantees on the questions, as I explained yesterday, but I've tried to highlight the important bits that we really need to know about.
Okay, James.
Okay, the rest of it, have a look, be aware of it, but the bits that we've mentioned are the salient points.
Okay,
Everybody
Jim.
okay with that? Any questions there? Right, I make that just about 10:25. So we'll have a 20-minute tea break there. So we're back at 10:45 my time, which in Kathmandu, 16:10. So that'll be 16:30 for you guys, yeah?
Okay,
Okay.
Jim.
Okay, so have a tea break, stretch your legs, stretch your eyes,
Okay.
and I'll see you in a few minutes.
Okay.
Okay, Jim.
Okay.
transfer, fuel transformation, to 3, 4, fuel, positive displacement transfer to fuel, CRT, power source, fuel source, CRT, 3, 2, C, and
Excuse me, Mr. Jim.
Hello?
Can I ask one question for you?
Yeah.
This fine compound used for sealing the structure, yeah?
Fine compound is between two surfaces.
Okay, and then it is in sequence form, the fine and the filleting compound. After we use fine compound, we use filleting, or we can use in different portion.
Yeah, the filleting. If you've got two surfaces coming together, yeah, those are called faying surfaces. So when you put two bits of metal together, you put compound between them, yeah, and that is faying sealant.
Yeah, and then
Obviously, let's just put me picture up. Yeah, can you see the picture on the screen?
Yeah.
Right. You're joining two bits of metal together. Yeah, and you're gonna join those together with let's say rivets. Yeah. So that's your rivets going through, joining two bits of metal together. Between the two surfaces, you're going to put your faying sealant. Yeah. And that faying sealant just makes sure that there's no moisture or anything between the two surfaces. Once you've done that, then you're going to put a filleting compound on, and the filleting compound goes over the rivets, yeah, and over the rivet tails, and it just seals them off. Yeah. Then once you've done that, if you want to, you can put an additional brush-on sealant over the whole lot. But don't forget what I was saying about sealants are more for module 6, module 7. Yeah, but if I was let's say riveting in the tank, yeah, between the skin of the tank and that bracket, I would put a faying sealant. Then the filleting sealant is the sealant that goes over the top of everything.
Okay, I'm clear. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Right, we've got everybody back.
Yes, sir.
Looking good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back.
We'll, unless anybody's got any questions from before break, we'll carry on then.
All good, Jim.
Okay, so the next bit that we consider then are fuel pumps. Obviously, we need to get the fuel from the aircraft tank down to the engine, and we're going to do that by pumping. The pumps can be AC or DC. Yeah. Normally, most modern aircraft will use three-phase AC pumps, and the reason for that is the motor for the pump is a lot smaller. Yeah, if you had a DC pump, the motor would have to be huge, and obviously you've got a whacking great weight penalty there. So what we're going to use is, normally in a modern aircraft, we're going to use a three-phase AC pump, and that's worth sticking a highlighter through there. Everybody okay with that? Yeah. So fuel pumps, they're used for moving fuel throughout the aircraft. Electrical, AC or DC, normally it's three-phase AC pumps because the motor's a lot smaller. We're not taking up all the room. We don't need the weight. Your pumps are normally located inside the fuel tank. And we'll have a look at tank location in a moment. But they're normally located inside the fuel tanks, and they operate around about 20 psi. Yeah, because it's not a high pressure system. Yeah, we don't need reinforcing in that, so we're working at a fairly low pressure, as I say, around about the 20 psi mark for moving your fuel about. Three different types of pump we got. Yeah. Booster pumps. If we are moving fuel from the tank down to the engine, the pump is referred to as a booster pump. If we're moving fuel between tanks, the pump is referred to as a transfer pump. And if we're moving fuel out of the aircraft, if we're bidding it overboard, then we're going to refer to it as a jettison pump. Yeah, jettison pump used in the case of an emergency. Just excuse me 1 second. I'm just going to turn my heating down. Turn my heating up this morning because it was snowy and cold, and now the room's got a bit too warm. Right, so yeah, highlighter. Booster pump is tank to engine. Transfer pump is tank to tank. And jettison pump is getting rid of the fuel overboard in the event of an emergency. What you do find is people just refer to fuel pumps as booster pumps normally, but the official terminology that we need to know is what you see on the screen. And as I say, worth sticking a highlighter through that. Right, the fuel pumps themselves then, as I say, normally located within the fuel tank, and what they're doing is they're going to take fuel in through a mesh screen, through a filter. Yeah, and within the pump, driven by the motor, there's a little impeller, centrifugal impeller, and that's spinning and that's pushing the fuel on to where it needs to be, to the next delivery point. Yeah, so they're not positive displacement pumps. Yeah, they're not classed as positive displacement pumps, and again, that's worth noting. They're not like a hydraulic pump where they're actually forcing the hydraulic fluid out. These things, it's just an impeller that's turning, and as the impeller turns, it's drawing fuel through the filter and pushing it up into the delivery line to go where it needs to go. Yeah. What else do we need to say? Yeah, the flow of fuel, as we said before, has got to be in excess of engine demand. Yeah, so the pump is there, the motor's running the impeller, the fuel's being drawn through, it's being pushed on down to the engine. But because that impeller is constantly running, it's going to ensure that there is sufficient fuel being fed to the engine. When the engine demand isn't very high, that fuel that's being used, it's not just going to get carried on, pumped down to the engine. There's a recirculation facility, so the fuel that's not being used is just recirculated back within the tank. Yeah, again, just to give you an idea, don't worry too much, but it's just showing you that where it talks about the inlet screen, that's just a gauze filter. Yeah, so fuel gets drawn through, the impeller's running, driven by the motor. Yeah, and it's just feeding fuel up through a non-return valve into the system. Because that impeller's spinning at quite a high rate of knots, around about 12,000 RPM, it's managing to separate any air from the fuel, so that the fuel that's being fed to the engines is in its liquid state. The air that's been separated by the centrifugal force is vented off, and we can reclaim that fuel later on once it's condensed back down. So that's your centrifugal pump. Yeah. The impeller, like I say, runs at around about 12,000 RPM. Yeah, and the centrifugal motion separates the air from the fuel. So any vapor that's contained within the fuel is relieved via a little vent valve. Because it's a low pressure system, we don't normally have a pressure relief facility in there. You're very unlikely to get a sufficient build-up of pressure to require one. So we don't bother with a pressure relief facility. Something that it does mention in the notes there, between the motor and the pump, there's a gland seal between the two. And quite often there's a little drain between the two. And if you see fuel coming out of the drain, it means that the gland seal's given up and needs replacing. Again, just info. Don't worry about that too much. Yeah, that fuel dripping out of the drain indicates that the seal's gone. Yeah, and when it talks about the canister packs, we're just going to come on to that now. Anybody got any questions there? Okay with that?
Jim.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Hello, Jim.
Yes.
These are not positive displacement pumps, and this
No.
is one of the important point which you have told us, Hannah. So, can you please explain us what is positive displacement pumps, which this pump is not?
Your positive displacement is something like a hydraulic pump, where it's actually sucking the oil in, and it's forcing it out under high pressure. Yeah, so it's the pump that's actually forcing the oil around. The non-positive displacement, what you've got is an impeller just being driven by a motor, and that impeller is just turning. And as it's turning, it's inducing a fuel flow. It's pulling fuel into itself and then delivering it to the feed line. So it's not producing any major amount of pressure, really.
Okay, Jim. So what I have understood is this the positive displacement pumps are like the pumps in hydraulic motor, which creates a pressure in the fluid. And
Yeah.
these are not positive displacement pump. These fuel pumps are not positive displacement pump, as it creates just a low pressure, and as per NOTS, it doesn't even require pressure relief valve.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So as the impeller's turning,
Yes.
I suppose it's a bit like a water wheel. Yeah, where you get water flowing onto the water wheel, the wheel's turning, and it's making just pushing the water onto the next point, and that's what your impeller's doing.
Oh, okay, Jim. I have now clear idea about this. Thank you. Jim.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah. Mr. Jim?
Yes, sir.
What you said about the jettison pump is used in emergency, yeah?
The jettison pump, yes.
Yeah. What kind of emergency we use it? And is there in our notes or the books? It is given that there is the combination of both thruster and booster pump. How can we understand this?
Well, I haven't got that far yet. Yeah, when we talk about the jettison system, we'll talk about the jettison pump.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're just getting a little bit ahead of the game there, Puspa.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I'll definitely cover it though. Right, so we're happy with the 3 different types of pump. Yeah, we've got the pump in the tank. There's a motor driving a little impeller with basically a little sort of fan blade, and that is pulling fuel from the tank. The pump immersed in the tank, it's pulling fuel into it, and then all it's doing is redirecting it off to the next stage of the game, down to the engine or into another tank or whatever it might be. What else do we need to say? Yeah, where we're going to put the pump. Most pumps will be located within the fuel tank. And because they're in the fuel tank, what we need to do is to try and seal them off, so we don't have to take all the fuel out of the tank if we want to change the pump. Yeah, so the pumps themselves are normally contained within a sealed canister, and that canister is opened by a little valve. We can open it up to the fuel in the tank, and then if we need to change the pump, we can seal the canister off. So again, if that's your fuel tank, normally located on the lower surface of the tank, what we've got is the canister, yeah, and within the canister is our fuel pump that we've just been looking at. This is very simplistically drawn, by the way. Don't it's not quite as simple. Yeah, but okay, that's not going to work. And yeah, so fuel canister. Yeah, so what we've got is I suppose it's like a little flap. Yeah, and pump mounted in the tank. If I want to change the pump, then obviously I need to seal that canister off. So by moving a lever, a switch, what I can do is close that flap. So now close that flap. So now that canister is isolated from the tank. So I can change the fuel pump, and the only fuel I'm going to lose is the fuel that's in the canister. I don't have to drain the whole fuel tank to change the pump. Yeah. The other type of pump they talk about is the dry bay pump, where the pump is actually located on the external wall of the tank, and there's a pipe goes into the pump, and then your fuel feed comes out. Yeah. So you've got dry bay and you've got wet bay pumps, and all that is the location of the pump within the tank or external to the tank. Yeah, so your wet bay tank located on the lower surface of the tank. Both the pump and the motor are sitting in the tank. The motor's sitting in the fuel as well, and we can use the fuel as a coolant for the motor. Obviously, an electric motor, as it's running, it's going to get warm. Yeah, so we can use the fuel as a coolant for the motor. And the other thing with fuel, as we're well aware, it tends to be more efficient when it's warm. Yeah, so that it doesn't matter that the fuel is taking that bit of temperature away from the motor. Yeah. It says we can use them with or without a canister. Most aircraft, and certainly the ones I've worked on, they've all come, the pumps have all been enclosed within a canister, allowing that easy change. Yeah, and if you've got the canister, you don't need to drain the tanks. You can see on the slide there's an NB there, and it's all in red. So that must give us an indication that this is quite important. So probably worth highlighting that if you've got multiple pumps fitted in your fuel tanks, the MEL may authorise flight with an unserviceable pump. Yeah. So let's say you've got 3 pumps in a tank. One of them packs in. You go to the MEL, and the MEL might well give you the authority to fly with only 2. So again, worth making a note of. Happy with that?
Yeah.
Does it? Yeah, it doesn't mention it in the notes, but just as a point of interest, with the impeller type pump, if you get a failure in the pump, so long as the motor doesn't seize, that impeller will carry on rotating. You know, it's free to rotate, so fuel can still flow even though the motor's unserviceable, so long as the motor's not seized or the fan's not seized. That thing will carry on turning. Yeah, which again is going to ensure that we'll get sufficient fuel down to the what am I talking about? Fuel down to the engine. All right. Again, just a couple of examples of fuel pumps that we might see. More for the ab initio guys. Yeah. Again, you can see the mesh. You can see the makeup of the thing. Yeah. Again, just different types of fuel pump. Your motor driving the impeller. Fuel drawn through the filter, the mesh, and then it'll be fed on via the fuel feed pipe to where it needs to go. Yeah. If you've got a dry bay pump, yeah, the pump is sitting on the outside of the tank. But again, if we want to change that pump and we don't want to drain that tank, we need some sort of isolation valve. Again, isolation valve operated by a lever, yeah, and it just isolates the pump from the tank, so we can change the pump without having to drain the whole tank down. Sometimes they'll use a non-return valve, but again, the ones I've come across has been a little lever, an isolating valve. And again, just an example of the type of canister that we might come across that's going to contain the pump. Yeah. Little shutter valve or the slide assembly, just shuts off the canister from the fuel supply. So again, we can change the pump without having to drain the tank. And the only fuel that we're going to lose is the fuel that's still within the canister when we remove it. Again, don't need to worry too much about this. It's just showing the same thing, just showing the pump that's going to live in the canister. Your impeller. We've already seen all this, so I'm not going to dwell on that. Yeah. We don't know to know the internal workings of the pump. So long as you know it's not positive displacement, so long as you know it can live inside or outside. Canister type, we need to be able to isolate. The 3 different types of pump, we've highlighted that. And the other thing that we should have highlighted is the fact that if there's an unserviceable pump, we can maybe have permission to fly without with one pump unserviceable, but we need to look in the MEL for that. Again, just showing the fuel pump and the fuel pump canister and how it'd be fitted on the aircraft. These slides, as I tried to say yesterday, are geared up for the ab initio guys, the guys that have never seen an aeroplane. Yeah, so it's trying to allow those type of guys to visualize what's going on. So that's our wet bay, dry bay, isolating, impeller fuel pump, 12,000 RPM. That's about it. Okay with that? Good. Right. The other type of pump that we use in the aircraft is... Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, if the wet bay system is without canister, then to change the this pump, we have to drain all the fuel.
Yes.
So without canister, is it used or not used?
It is, but it's not very common now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so some aircraft. I don't think there's many of them kicking around now. Used to just have the pump in the tank, and you'd have to drain the whole tank to change the pump. There's one little bit that meant to mention. That was it. Yeah, after the dry bays, light aircraft, you normally find that the booster pump's fitted in the fuel line between the tank and the engine. Yeah, so small light aircraft, rather than having the pump in the tank, the pump is fitted in the fuel line between the tank and between the engine. Yeah. Again, I can't say I've seen a question on that, but it's one that's easy enough to ask. On a light aircraft, whereabouts is the fuel pump normally located in the fuel line between the tank and the engine? Anybody else got any questions, queries, bribes, anything?
Yeah, Jim.
Yep.
Jet pump are used downstream of the booster pump. Yeah.
Say again.
Jet pumps are used downstream of the booster pump.
jet pumps
are used downstream of booster pump.
no, I'm just going to come on to jet pumps now.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Jim,
Yeah.
I'm not getting an idea of how canister is, what is the funda of that canister thing? But
What's
when
the
you
point
change
of
the
it?
pump, you don't need to drain the fuel.
No.
Yes, that is that I got. But how? Because if you remove the pump,
Right. If that's your fuel tank, yeah.
yes,
And you've got I don't know 30,000 liters of fuel in there or whatever it is.
okay,
Yeah. And your pump lives in a little housing. Yeah.
Yes.
The red bit's the canister.
yeah,
Yeah. So in here, don't forget this is very rough and ready. It's not exact. In here, you've got your pump, and that pump is with its little motor on top. It's drawing fuel in, yeah, and then it's pushing the fuel out via a pipeline to the tank. Yeah, so you'll have a fuel tank there.
okay.
If I want to change that pump, yeah, I'd have to take all the fuel out of the tank. So what I can do instead, by putting it inside a canister,
Yes.
yeah, by operating a lever, I can pull a cover down that's going to shut off the inlet and the outlet.
Okay.
Yeah. So now that canister is sealed from the fuel. So all I need to do now is undo the screws and drop the pump. Yeah. I can then put a new pump in. Yeah. Move my lever, and that will open the slide. Don't really show it, but this could be the slide on the canister. But all we're doing is sealing off the pump from the rest of the fuel.
Okay, Jim. Thank you, Jim. I've got.
Does that make sense?
Got it. Yes.
You okay with that? Anybody else?
Hello, Jim.
Hey.
What is the relation between these jet pumps and this booster pump?
I'm just coming on to jet pumps now.
Okay.
Yeah, just give everybody a chance if there's any more questions.
Jim,
Yeah.
you said earlier that light aircraft fuel pump is located between engine and fuel tank.
And the tank. Because on a small light aircraft, yeah, you might not have room in the tank to put your pump. So what they'll do is put the pump in the fuel line between the tank and the engine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Jim. Thanks.
Right. Jet pumps. Yeah, we talk about jet pumps. Jet pumps are worth, again, highlighting and worth knowing about, because a jet pump is not a pump per se. A jet pump is a little venturi tube, effectively. Yeah, and we use the jet pump to scavenge fuel, to reclaim fuel from what they call remote areas of the system. So within the integral tanks, let's just again, sorry about these drawings, guys, but my pad's on its way from Amazon. I've ordered a drawing pad that might help. But if you can imagine, you've got your fuel tank, yeah, and you've got your ribs in the fuel tank, the baffles, and fuel is going to pool behind those behind those baffles. Yeah, so we're going to get a certain amount of fuel trapped. Yeah, that's not going to flow down to the inboard end. So rather than wasting that fuel, what we want to try and do is reclaim it, and we do that using the jet pump. Yeah, and the jet pump, as I say, is just this Venturi. Yeah, by taking a tapping of high pressure fuel from the booster pump, yeah, and squirting it down through the Venturi, what's happening is we're creating that low pressure within the Venturi side, and because we've got that low pressure, yeah, that's going to induce anything outside to flow down. So any fuel that's trapped, again, pish drawing, but bear with it. If that's my Venturi, yeah, any fuel that's trapped below there because of this low pressure drop is going to get sucked up and sent off to wherever it needs to be. Yeah. So with the jet pump, we can reclaim fuel from remote locations. Yeah, we can what they call scavenge fuel back. With the jet pump, there are no moving parts in it. Yeah, so it's not a moving pump. It is purely a little Venturi pipe. Yeah, so taking a high pressure, better picture, little tapping from a booster pump. Yeah, booster pump's running at, what did we say, around about 20 psi. So we're going to squirt that fuel into a Venturi, into the restriction. As it goes through the restriction, it's causing a pressure drop. So that pressure drop is going to pull excess fuel from remote locations and push it on down to where it needs to be. And that is a jet pump. No moving parts to it. Yeah, the only moving part is the fuel going through it. Sometimes referred to as an ejector. Yeah, sometimes referred to as an injector, but normally, and for our purposes, it is referred to as the jet pump. Okay with that?
Ejector and the jet pump are same?
Sorry?
Ejector and jet pump are same? It's a kind of...
yeah, it's just another name for it.
Okay.
So these jet pumps are a type of transfer pump.
Not really, no. No, don't get them confused.
Because transfer pumps transfer fuel between tanks.
Yes.
So can we can we call these jet pumps a transfer pump?
No. All that's happening with the jet pump is within the tank. Yeah, we're going to have areas within the fuel tank where fuel gets trapped and it can't get fed to the booster pump. So what we're doing with the jet pump is the little pockets where fuel gets trapped. Yeah, we're just pulling that fuel back and pushing it back into the tank into a more usable area.
Okay.
Yeah, so that they're purely there for in the tank. They're just recovering fuel from remote areas, areas where fuel might get trapped, behind baffles or something like that. The booster pump is what is moving the fuel from the tank to the engine.
Okay.
Yeah, these things aren't going to feed the engine. They're just putting remote fuel back into a usable place.
And these transfer pumps are just transfer pumps when used to transfer fuel between tanks.
Yes. Yeah, so yeah, tank 1, tank 2, tank 3. Yeah. Booster pumps are going to send fuel down to the engine. Yeah.
Okay.
Transfer pump, it's going to move fuel from tank to tank. Yeah, so it'll take fuel from this tank and it'll push it through to that. So that's your transfer pump. Tank to the engine is the booster pump, and the jet pump is your little Venturi that's gonna take fuel back from remote locations. Yeah, it's gonna suck it up from behind baffles and whatever. Yeah, and then send that fuel back into the tank where it can be transferred again.
Okay, got it, Jim. Got it. Thank you. Sure.
Right. Yeah, and as I say, we're just using a bit of fuel from the booster pump, so that's going to be under pressure, squirting that through an orifice, which is essentially making a Venturi. Yeah, and because you've got that pressure drop, it's drawing fuel up from remote locations and sending it back out to wherever it needs to be. Anybody else?
Jim.
Yeah.
But in practical, booster pump and jet pumps are located together in the fuel tank.
Got a hell of a back echo there. No, the not necessarily together. The jet pump is there. Let's try and think of an extreme example. Right. Right. This is an extreme example. Okay.
Okay.
But if I've got an aircraft with a anhedral wing, yeah. Within that anhedral wing, we've got fuel tanks. Okay, there.
Okay.
So the booster pump is in each tank, and that the booster pump is feeding fuel to the engine. The transfer pump, yeah, is moving fuel from tank to tank. Now, in here, yeah, it may well be that there's a lot of fuel collected at the end of the wing. Yeah. So what I'll do is use a jet pump to suck that fuel and push it up into the tank, where the booster pump or the transfer pump can get hold of it and use it. So the jet pump is used in remote locations in the tank. The booster pump doesn't necessarily need to be anywhere near it.
Thank you, Jim.
Does that answer your question? Whatever it was.
But we have worked only till dihedral aircraft. That's why I have seen it's almost together. Both pumps are in dihedral aircraft, dihedral wing aircraft.
Yeah, well, again, your jet pump is going to be scavenging fuel. Yeah, the booster pump is going to be sending it on to the engines, or your transfer pump, they'll be sending it to the next tank. But normally the jet pump is remote.
Excuse me, Jim.
Okay with that? Yeah.
Yeah, those it mean that means jet pump are efficient when used only downstream of the booster pump.
No.
Can jet pump work independently without booster pump?
No, it needs a squirt of fuel going through it. Yeah.
Yes.
So that the relationship with the booster pump is that the booster pump is providing. Yeah. If this is your jet pump, the jet pump is just a venturi. Yeah.
Yeah.
But to create that venturi, what we're going to do is squirt fuel from the booster pump. Yeah, which is under pressure, about 20 psi. We're going to squirt that through an orifice. Yeah, and because you've got that pressure drop there, yeah, that's going to create suction, so that the fuel that's trapped behind wherever is going to get sucked up, and it's going to get carried off to wherever. Yeah, back into the tank or off to where it needs to be. So the whole purpose of the jet pump is just to move fuel, but to reclaim fuel from awkward positions.
It means that jet pump can be used only in conjunction with the booster pumps. Yeah.
Yeah, because you need the booster pump, the tapping from the booster pump to create that pressure drop.
Yeah. Okay. Then. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for what we need to know, we just need to know that the jet pump is there for reclaiming fuel from remote locations, and that it has no working parts. It's not like a booster pump. It's not like a transfer pump. It's got no working parts in it. That's what we need to know. Everybody else okay with that? Anybody else got any questions, queries? Okay. Right, if everybody's okay with that, the next element of the system is venting. Yeah, and every fuel system needs some means of vent. Yeah, the reason for the venting, we're going to have inward venting and outward venting, and that's going to prevent a build-up of pressure, which is going to create an excessive pressure differential between the outside of the tank and the inside of the tank. Normally, we're going to retain a small positive pressure within the tank, and the idea of having the positive pressure is to make sure that there's a constant feed of fuel through the pumps and off down to the engines. Yes, we need that positive pressure in there. The purpose of venting is to compensate for the changing level in the tank due to changes in altitude. Yeah, where the ambient pressure, as we gain altitude, the ambient pressure reduces. Yeah, so we need to compensate for that, make sure that the tank doesn't implode or explode. Refueling and defueling. Yeah, if the tank's empty, yeah, it's going to be filled with air. As we put fuel in, that air's got to go somewhere, so we need to vent that air out. Likewise, as we're using fuel, as fuel contents are being used, that space that's been vacated by the fuel, we need to fill that with something. So we're going to allow air into the tank. We're going to allow venting for temperature changes, because as temperature increases, the pressure of the fuel is going to increase. Fuel's going to expand, and that expansion needs somewhere to go. So we'll put venting in for that reason, and we'll also have a a vent. So if we do get a failure in the refueling side of things, rather than the aircraft filling up and filling up and filling up and something going bang, what we're going to do is allow any excess fuel to vent out to atmosphere. Yeah, so that's the purpose of venting, to prevent damage due to pressure differential. Okay with that? Yeah, and probably pressure differential again is worth as an expression worth highlighting, just so we know why we've got venting. The reasons for venting, again, I can't can't say I've seen a question, but common sense just dictates that as the tank empties or fills, the area that's been vacated, we need to replace that fuel. Right. Can't remember where I put that in there, just to show some aircraft. Yeah, the vents aren't open just to atmosphere; they're actually open to vent tubes. And what happens? Those vent tubes lead to a collector tank. Yeah, so any excess fuel that's been vented out, rather than you sending fuel overboard, what we can do is send that fuel to a collector tank, sometimes referred to as a surge tank, and then once that tank's full, we can reclaim that fuel back. I think I've got a better picture of that coming on later. Yeah. So your vents, yeah, we said we're going to have inward and outward venting. Yeah, the inward vent is always open. Yeah, the outward vent has a float valve fitted to it, and the idea of that is if the aircraft's manoeuvring, yeah, we don't want to lose fuel out of the outward vent. Yeah, so we'll allow that vent to close off. The inward vent's always going to be open, again, to compensate for any changes in altitude, atmosphere, fuel being used, all that sort of thing. Yeah, that fuel, as I just said, is if we're losing fuel, it can not on every aircraft, but on some aircraft, yeah, it can go down to a vent tank or a surge tank where we can reclaim that. Within that surge tank or that vent tank, again, depending on the setup of the aeroplane, we can either use a jet pump to pull that fuel back into the main tanks, or we can use an electric pump that'll run every so often, and again, just take that reclaimed fuel back. Yeah, your vent valve, your outward vent, yeah, normally sits in the open position, but if the aircraft's manoeuvring or if we fill the tank, what we don't want to do is to start to lose fuel. You know yourselves, fuel is very, very good at siphoning. Once it starts flowing, yeah, you get the old capillary effect. It'll just carry on and carry on. So rather than lose that, what we're going to do is put a little float valve in, and as the fuel level rises, the float is going to go up with the fuel level, and it's going to close off the outward vent. Yeah, as soon as the fuel level goes down, the float is going to go down again with the fuel level, and the vent will reopen. Again, just for info, we don't need to know the ins and outs of the valve for what you need, but the restraining bar that it talks about is just there to stop the float over traveling. If that float went down to 90 degrees, yeah, if we didn't have that restraining bar, it could jam, yes, and that would leave the vent constantly open. So they put that little restraining bar on there just to prevent the thing from over traveling. As I say, we don't need that for what you guys want, but it's there for info if you see it in the notes. Just another type of float valve. Yeah, again, where we've got the float on a little cradle. Yeah, and as the fuel level rises, yeah, it pushes the float up and again seals off the vent. And again, that's to stop us losing any excess. And the famous one, yeah, fuel venting. If we get a failure in the refuel side of the aircraft, what we don't want, as I said before, is the tanks becoming overfilled. Yeah, and that's going to create structural damage. So we need to provide some sort of relief facility, and again, that's where our fuel venting facility comes in. Yeah, if we do get a failure in the system, that fuel is going to get vented overboard. It's going to get dumped overboard, again, to protect the aircraft structure. It's not an unusual occurrence, so I'm sure you guys have come across it, where the tanks have started venting overboard. Makes a nice mess everywhere, and you've got to get the fuel spill trolley down, and you've got to get the environmental people, and it creates a bit of a headache. But as I say, it's not an uncommon event, and certainly if you've just refueled an aeroplane, it's sitting outside in the hot sunshine, that fuel's going to expand. Any excess needs to go somewhere due to that expansion. So again, it'll come out of the vent. Example of a float valve that we're talking about. Yeah, just your vent normally open, but as the tank's full, the fuel hits the float valve, and that will shut the vent off. Yeah.
Jim.
Yeah.
What about this inward vent? What does this mean, inward vent?
Right. That's your fuel tank. Yeah. We're going to have an inward vent and outward vent. Yeah. Imagine your tank's got fuel in it, and that fuel is being fed to the engine. So that fuel level is going to drop. Yeah. As that fuel level drops, we need to replace the fuel with something. So we're going to use air. Yeah. So we're going to feed air in, normally from outside, and as the fuel level goes down, the air will fill into the tank. If we didn't do that, we'd get a vacuum in the tank, and it would start to crumple, fold in on itself. Yeah. So that's why we've always got the inward vent, and by having the inward vent as well, we're making sure that there's a small positive pressure on top of the fuel, so that the fuel is being fed to where it needs to be. Yeah, the outward vent, yeah, is the one with the float. Yeah, so as the fuel level rises, yeah, it'll as the aircraft's manoeuvring, it's going to stop us losing fuel. Yeah, within there, again, it's more aircraft specific, but you're going to have an outward vent for protecting the tank if it overpressurizes. Yeah, so there'll be another sort of vent facility that'll open. But the inward vent is there to compensate for fuel being used. Yeah, changes in altitude, because your external pressure, your internal pressure are going to be different. So again, we need to compensate for that.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
All right.
Anybody else got any questions, queries? Right, what we're going to do there, guys, because that's been going for about an hour, we'll just have a 5-minute break there, and then we'll go up to lunchtime with the rest of it. In fact, we'll just say 10 minutes. 10-minute break, and then we'll finish off this little section up to, and then have lunch. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Right. I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, got everybody back. We'll plod on.
Yeah.
Move on up, as they say. Right. We looked at float valves. We talked about float valves. The other way we can use floats to our advantage is by using them as switches. So we get float switches. Yeah, although that says valves at the top. We're talking about float switches. And float switches can be used for an awful lot of things. Yeah, within the tank. We can use them for monitoring fuel levels. We can use them for fuel gauging. And we can also use them as on-off devices. Yeah, so when we're refueling the tank, we can use a float switch to trip the system off once we've reached capacity. We can use the float switch for low level indication. Yeah, so a myriad of uses, and very good they are too. The common one, and the one that describes in the notes, yeah, is a float within the tank and isolated from the tank in a sealed compartment, a little micro switch. Yeah. The float, at the end of the float, there's a little arm with a magnet on it. Yeah, and on the other side of the, what should I call it? I'll call it a chamber. Yeah, just for want of a better word. And on the other side of the chamber, the micro switch, again with a wee magnet on the arm. So as the float moves up, yeah, it sits on top of the fuel. The two halves of the magnet are attracted to each other, unlike me and the wife. So you're going to get a signal from the micro switch to wherever. Yeah, so let's say we've got a high level switch. Float goes up with the fuel. Micro switch makes signal to cut off the refuel valve, or we could use it to put on a full caption on the flight deck. Yeah, as the fuel level starts to drop, obviously the float's going to start to drop with that fuel level, and we'll get to the point where the magnetic attraction breaks. Yeah, so now the micro switch will operate, and again, it'll extinguish a caption, or it will, if we use it as a low level switch, it'll put on a warning light to say that the tank's empty. So we can use the float switches for a lot of purposes, and very useful they are too. Well, I'd say that the only bit that we need to be aware of with float switches is don't do what I've done on the slide there and get them mixed up with float valves. They both use floats, but float valve is there for your venting. Your float switch is there as an operation. Okay with that? Right. Valves that we use in the fuel system. Yeah. Use valves for allowing the passage of fuel and for isolating in fuel. Within the fuel system, the cutoff between the airframe side of things and the engine side of things is known as the LP cock. Yeah. And the LP cock isolates the engine system from the airframe system. The LP valve or the LP cock is worth making a note of. Yeah, just for the terminology if it comes up. Yeah, we can use the valves to allow the passage of fuel between tanks, between sides of the aeroplane. Yeah, and again, if we need to, between engines. So we're going to use the valves in a lot of places. All of the fuel valves are of the same ilk. They are either a butterfly flap or a ball type valve, but they've only got two positions. They've either got open or closed. They can be operated electrically or manually. But if they've got an electric operation, they've generally got a manual reversion. So if we get a failure of the motor, for example, on the valve, we need to close the valve off. We've got the manual backup there, so we can do that. On all of the valves, we need an indication of position. So no matter what type of fuel valve you've got, there'll be an indicator, a visual indicator on there to tell you what position that valve's in. I've seen it happen myself, where a guy has assumed that the valve was closed. He's removed the valve or removed a component, but the valve was in the open position, and the whole fuel tank emptied itself all over the hangar floor, and that was an awful lot of tidying up we had to do there. Yeah. So again, watch for that one. Your LP cock, obviously slightly different from aeroplane to aeroplane, but this one, yeah, what tanks we've got selected, we can select either tank, or we can shut the thing off. As you see on that selector, we've got the off position on there as well. So yeah, your LP cock, yeah, which types of totally forgotten what I was going to say there. Which tank we're going to select, or both tanks feeding at the same time, or we can isolate the engine from the fuel feed system. On light aircraft, as we'll see when we look at light aircraft systems, yeah, we need to turn the thing off so that light aircraft tend to be gravity fed, and what we don't want is fuel from the tanks going down and flooding the engine. So the LP cock is switched off when the engine's not turning, to make sure that we don't flood the thing. Yeah. Your valves, we saw there was a little plate valve on one of the slides previously, but generally the valves are of the ball type. I'll stick a picture on in a second. Yeah, they're either open or they're closed. Yeah. So when they're open, you're going to get full flow fuel. When they're closed, that fuel is going to be stopped. As I said before, they're either mechanically or electrically operated, but if they're electrically operated, there's a mechanical manual means of operating them. And within the system, if they're shut, if they're closed, we need to provide a little bit of pressure relief. So we don't want a buildup of fuel on one side of the valve when it's closed. So there's a little pressure relief facility built into the valves. And this is the sort of thing I'm talking about. The valve, with the valve open, yeah, it's just a little ball that turns. It's operated by, as it says there, a spindle. That can either be manual operation, or it can be via an electric motor. And that's just going to turn the ball through 90 degrees. In this case, the valve's open, yeah, and fuel is flowing straight through, no impedance whatsoever. If I close the valve, yeah, the ball now shuts, so fuel can't flow anywhere. The thing's shut. But to make sure that we don't get an overpressure between or a pressure difference between the two sides of the ball valve, there's a little pressure relief facility. So any buildup of pressure will allow it to skate back round, and that just keeps pressure even on either side. So if you remember that your ball valves are either open or closed, yeah, remember that they can be electrically or mechanically operated, but there's always a mechanical reversion. Yeah. As we say, operate through 90 degrees. We're always going to have that visual indication to tell us what position the valve's in. If they're electrically operated, there's normally limit switches in there to stop the thing turning once it's reached its 90 degree point. Not a lot else to say there, quite honestly. The LP cocks, as we mentioned before, they're going to isolate the fuel system from the engine. Yeah, the LP cock, normally the ball type valve, again, turn it through 90 degrees to open it or close it. Yeah, electrically or mechanically operated, again, we've talked about that. And again, with your LP cock, we're going to have that visual indication on the valve just to let you know. I thought I had a picture of the visual indicator. It'll maybe come up later in the slide. Everybody okay with that? Any questions there? No? Brilliant.
What sort of things we have to remember on this LP cock valves? Do we have to?
Well, that's what I've just said to you. Yeah, with the valves, you need to remember that the ball valves. Yeah, so it talks about the ball valves. The important thing is, as I did say, they can be electrically or mechanically operated. If they are electrically operated, they've got a mechanical backup, mechanical reversion, and there's always a visual indicator on the valve to tell you what position it's in. As for the notes, LP cock, you need to know that the LP cock isolates the engine from the airframe system. Again, highlight that. Yeah. Okay with that? Nobody talking to me now?
Yes, all good.
Yeah, it's okay now.
All good. That's excellent. Right, so that was your fuel valves. Yeah, ball type. We said highlight the fact that they're a ball type. Highlight the fact that there's always a visual indicator on there. I can't remember seeing anything about the pressure relief in there, but just be aware that we need it. And the LP cock, again, highlight the fact that isolates the engine from the airframe side of things. Suction valves, again, the suction valves are there in case the booster pump fails. The way the engine's running, the engine's demanding fuel. If you get a failure in your booster pump, you still want fuel to be delivered down to the engine. So a lot of aircraft have, suction valves fitted. Yeah, and the suction valve is just a little flap. So long as fuel's flowing quite happily, yeah, the pressure of the fuel keeps the flap closed. If we get a failure in the booster pump, the engine demand downstream, yeah, is creating a pressure drop, which will cause the fuel to be sucked up from below the suction valve. It'll just open that flap, so any fuel will be drawn down to the engines. Again, that's worth highlighting, the fact that the suction valve is there in the event of a booster pump failure. Yeah, so in the event of a booster pump failure, what valve could be used? A float valve, an LP cock, or a suction valve. And there's your answer. That's what it's there for. Non-return valves, yeah, obviously we need the flow to go in one direction only. So we're going to put non-return valves into the system to make sure that that happens. Yeah, the non-return valve, what we don't want to do is to fit it the wrong way around. So one of the methods that they use to prevent incorrect fitting of the non-return valve is to use what they call the spider, the interference spider. And the interference spider is just there to make sure that the valve is fitted the right way around. And again, that's worth highlighting because that comes up. What method could we use to prevent the non-return valve being fitted the wrong way around? A spider, an ostrich, or a polar bear. It won't be that simple, but interference spider is the answer. Okay with that?
Okay.
Jim, can you please repeat that again?
Inter spider or
Yeah, within the non-return valve, we want the fuel flow to go in one direction only. Yeah, so a non-return valve is the type of valve that will make sure that fuel will flow in one direction only. To prevent the non-return valve being fitted incorrectly, being fitted the wrong way around, they fit a little gizmo called an interference spider, and the whole purpose of the spider is just to prevent you putting the non-return valve in incorrectly. Yeah, it's just a little blocker, so it means that when you put the NRV into the pipework, it will only fit one way.
Okay. Okay, Jim. Thank you.
okay.
Jim.
Yeah.
I have one question.
Yeah.
Normally, non-NRV also have the direction indicated in the casing as well.
Yes.
Is the interference spider and the arrow mark both are mandatory on every NRV, or is optional? When there is a marking, there may not be the interference spider. That can be happen.
No's the easy answer to your question. It's not mandatory, but it's just a method that they use to make sure that the NRV's fitted the right way around. Okay. Normally, as you rightly say, you've got a direction arrow on the casing, but if that gets removed or covered in shit and you can't see it for whatever reason, the spider is just a belt and braces to stop you fitting the valve the wrong way around.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Where we're going now? Right, so we've had a look at the fuel itself, the requirements for the fuel, what the fuel needs. Had a look at how we're going to deliver the fuel. Had a look at the valves that the fuel system's going to use. We've had a look at venting and why we need venting. So the next step in the notes is to actually look at the fuel systems themselves. I'm about 5 minutes ahead of where I need to be. So rather than starting into fuel systems now, I think what we'll do is we'll stop and we'll have a break for lunch there, and then we'll finish off the rest of it after lunch. So has anybody got any questions, queries, problems, anything at all? Otherwise, we'll stop for lunch and we'll regroup at 12:15 my time, which is Kathmandu 17. That'll be 1800 your time.
Jim.
Yeah.
What about
1900?
Yes. What about this crossfeed and the inter-engine valve?
What about them? That's just where we're going to put a valve. We don't need to worry about them. We just need to know that they're. When we look at the fuel systems later, we'll see that we can cross-connect the systems if we need to, and all we've got is an open and closed valve allowing us to do that. That's all that interconnect is.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Yeah.
And what about this fueling when there is some refueling valve? What does this mean?
The refueling valve.
Yeah.
Yeah, that means you can let fuel into the aeroplane. I'm going to cover refuel, defuel this afternoon, and you'll see how the valve works.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Jim,
Yeah.
they are usually ball type, full flow type, having a range of movement of 90. This 90 means from close to full open. This 90 degree or 90?
90 degrees, yeah. 90-degree movement. It's either fully open or closed. It'll move through 90 degrees.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I take it there's a degree sign missing from the text there in the notes. I shall get that repaired. Yeah, 90 degrees. Well spotted, that man. I shall get that changed. Anybody else? Anybody else got anything? Right, I'll see you guys at 1900, I think it is your time, isn't it? So, so an hour.
Okay, Jim. See you after an hour.
Enjoy your
1
lunch.
hour, yeah, just like me.
Enjoy your breakfast.
1800, yeah, 1900.
1900. Okay.
1900.
Okay.
Okay, Jim. Okay.
Right, enjoy your lunch.
You
You
too.
will have dinner,
Okay.
you have lunch.
Okay. Okay.
Navin Dai.
Fuel system. PC. freezing, Fiji, free, Fiji, Fiji, sweet, and sweet, free water that compensates fuel, loads the and load of Fiji, compensates free water in compensates free water forms the sponge by water biocide bios.
सुरेश भाइ
के छ सुरेश दाई ब्रेक टाइम हो अहिले
सुरेश दाइले धरो दिइराख्नु भएको त
त्यही त बाबा राम दाई
यस
सुरेश दाई त ब्रेकमा पनि
म ब्रेकमा जान्न मान्छे सुरेश दाइले देखेर रोकिएँ यार
ल ल जानु न
ल डिनर हान्नु पर्यो एकछिन
ल
खगेन्द्र सर
हजुर
यसले अन्डरलाइन त उस गराउँछ लेभल 1 को अनि एक्जाममा त लेभल 3 हैन यो फ्युल सिस्टमको
हो लेभल 3 अब के भन्ने भन्नु न अब त्यो भनिदियो अब यसले अब बढी भन्नु भने अब अस्ति कम्प्लेन गरेको उ थाहा पाएको छ नि त
अब अन्डरलाइन गराउँदा उसले संसारै अन्डरलाइन गराउँछ के 90 डिग्री क्रस फिड यो फ्युल हरेक ऊ खालि अन्डरलाइन मात्रै गराउँछ कि हामीलाई त कस्तो छ नि जस्तो अब यो फ्युल सिस्टमहरुमा त एकदम गाह्रो गाह्रो क्वेशनहरु आउँछ त्यो
हो
अब यो अब फंगस रिमुभलको कसरी त्यो फंगसहरु फ्युल ट्याङ्कबाट निकाल्ने रिमुभ गर्ने अब सफ्ट स्क्रबिङ ब्रश कि प्लास्टिक स्क्रैपर कि एमई अब एकदम अलिक गाह्रो गाह्रो छ कि त्यति सजिलो छैन अब यसले चाहिँ त्यो यो 90 डिग्री त्यो मेकानिकली त्यस्तोहरु मात्रै गराउँदो रहेछ
अब के भन्ने भन्नु न अस्ति त हामीहरु 4 जना 5 जना जति गएको थिए हैन तपाईहरु त आउनु भएन त्यही गएर भन्या थिए के यसको बारेमा अनि अब हेरौँ न तपाईहरुले केही गर्नुहुन्छ नि त हाम्रो नेटको सरहरुले
खै मलाई त लाग्दैन के गर्ला तिनीहरुले
होप
किनभने यसले अन्डरलाइन गराउन थाले अब सब हरेक चिज सानो तिनो अन्डरलाइन गराउँछ फेरि लेभल 3 को आउँछ क्वेशनहरु उसले जुन बनाएर दिन्छ नि तपाईलाई क्वेशन त्यो 30 वटा जति फरवर्ड गर्छ त्यो पनि सेम लाइन टु लाइन हुन्छ कि त्यसमा केही पनि एक्स्ट्रा छैन अब हामीलाई त अलि मतलब लेभल 3 को कम्प्लिट गर्ने त्यस्तो खालको क्वेशन चाहियो के
अब के गर्नुहुन्छ अब राम्ररी सुन्ने हैन
पढाउँदा त सबै सजिलै लाग्छ कि तर फेरि 4-5 दिन भयो भने हामी बिर्सिन्छौँ नि त्यत्रो कहाँ याद
हो नि
एउटा मात्र टपिक भएको ठिकै थियो त 27 वटा टपिक पढ्नुपर्छ
अब एउटामा त आरपार पढ्ने हो होइन जोर लगाएर 27 वटामा कहाँबाट पढ्ने
यत्रो किताबहरू छ अनि
Right, hi guys. Have we got everybody back? Can everybody hear me? Can everybody see the presentation? Is there anybody out there? Hello?
Yes, Jim.
Hello.
You can hear me then. That's
Hello,
good.
Jim.
Can you see the presentation okay?
Yes.
Yeah, sir.
Fantastic. Right, before we move on then to the fuel systems, has anybody got any questions on anything that we've covered this morning?
Jim, I have one. I have a bit. I'm not clear about this sauce tank drain check valve. Matlab this that part. A little bit of that part.
The surge tank.
Yes, sauce tank drain check. That drain check valve.
Yeah, the surge tank is there to collect any fuel that's been vented or has been siphoned out of the tank. Let's just find the relevant bit. Yeah, yeah. Just let me skip back a few slides to the sketch. Right.
Okay.
With your
yes.
your surge tank, your vent tank. Yeah, surge tank, vent tank, it's just terminology. They fill the same function. Well, when the aircraft's manoeuvring or if we get a higher pressure, if any fuel escapes into the vent line, yeah, these vent tubes, what they on some aircraft, what they do is that fuel is taken down to what they call a surge tank out at the wingtip. So it's just there to collect any fuel that might have siphoned off or trickled out, escaped past the vent or whatever. It all collects in the surge tank or the vent tank, and then every so often, either automatically or a light comes on the cabin, the pilot will run a pump, and that will send all that collected fuel back to the main tanks. Or on some aircraft, there's a jet pump in there, and that jet pump is constantly operating. And obviously, any fuel that goes into that vent tank is just going to get brought straight back to the main tanks.
So, is it like Jim? Is it like all the vents, the vents in the tank are finally connected at the surge tank, and then then from there only it is vented to the atmosphere.
Yeah, basically that's just a collector tank. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So any excess fuel is going to be directed to that collector tank, and then we can reclaim it, bring it back into the main tanks.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I got it. That if
Sure?
okay, I got it. But the point is, because I remember there was one question about this, that all the tanks are vented. I know all the tank. There are suppose there are 2 or 3 tanks in the wing.
Yeah, every tank has got its own vent.
Okay. So
yeah, so it's going to have an inward vent and an outward vent, but the surge tank is there. If the outward vent's open, yeah, say the aircraft manoeuvres and we get some fuel gets past the float valve and goes into that vent line, rather than losing it overboard, we're just going to send it to the surge tank, the vent tank, and claim it back. So we're not wasting fuel, essentially.
Jim, what I am trying to say is the vents of the tank are connected, are interconnected to that surge tank. All the tanks, there are 3-4 tanks, or there are you mean to be separate.
No, they'll run into it'll be a common line.
Okay.
Yeah.
It will be there will be a common line that will connect all the tanks to that vent tank.
Yeah, common vent line. So each tank will have its own vent, but all those vents will run into a common line that will run down to the vent tank.
Okay, Jim, thank you. That's what I was trying to understand.
Okay, that's good then. Anybody else got any questions? Yeah. Right, in that case, we'll run on. Right, just before I start on that, are you guys finding this method a bit better? Is this better for you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the highlighting. You're picking up on that, okay?
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Right, what level of question will be asked in the incoming exam? Hope so.
I don't know. I sent you a list of all the different levels for the different sections. I haven't got that list in front of me, so you'd have to have a look at the.
What problem is exactly we are facing? Because what kinds of question are level 3 and what kinds of question are level 2? This sort of this little bit confusion, because we are not appear to the multiple choice question from your side. There is no rule of giving such kinds of question to us, but that is the main point, that we are not able to understand the level of question.
Right, that is from EASA, and you will find that on the EASA website. But a level 1 question is just a basic overview, basic understanding. Yeah. Level 2 is an understanding, and you can use examples. Level 3 is deep knowledge and how things interact together. Again, at the end of the day, I'll try and find the link to the website, and I'll send that to you. But if you go on the EASA website, under Part 66, the licensing requirements, it tells you there what all the different levels are. But I'll try and remind me before we finish, and I'll try and get a copy of that, or I'll send a link to it,
okay,
or I'll copy and paste it and send it to.
Adam.
Sorry?
Just send to all the links and related notes to the Mr. Yadav. He will distribute to us.
Yeah. I was just going to say that he's very kind. He does that sort of thing.
Okay.
So
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I'll try and find it when we're finished, and I'll
Okay.
send it off to you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ji.
Okay. Anybody else? No. Okay then. Right. So what we're going to look at now, we've looked at the fuels, the valves, all the other good stuff, and the next sort of step is looking at the different aircraft systems. So obviously, a small light aircraft is going to have a different fuel system to a large jet aircraft. However, they're all going to use pretty much the same components, yeah, and they're going to use the same methods, even though there's a difference in the size of the aircraft. Big difference for a small, simple fuel system. Yeah, we'll start off with a tank, and on a small aircraft, that's going to be gravity fed down to the engine. It'll go through a filter. It'll go through the shut-off valve, and that shut-off valve is known as the LP cock. Yeah, within that system, we're going to have pipe work, obviously, and the vent that we talked about. One of the things we need to know for our fuel system, and we'll cover that when we do indications later, we need to know how much fuel we've got in the aircraft. So we're going to have an indicator of some description from the tank, relaying that information up to the cabin, and that is a very basic, very simple fuel system. We've got our tank, and in the bottom of the tank we've got a filter and a fuel line going down to it says the selector valve. Basically, it's the LP cock. Yeah, we've got a filler cap, so we can put fuel into the tank, and we've got our inward and outward vent valves. Yeah, so we've got a vent in there as well. Drain valve at the lowest point on the tank, and we did say that the fuel feed was from the lowest inboard corner. Just not a fantastic drawing, but you get the idea. From the LP cock, the on-off switch will go down through another filter just to make sure that there's any crap taken out. And then your booster pump fitted between the tank and the engine. That booster pump could just be a little impeller sitting in the fuel line, or it could be a little electric-driven pump, depending on the size of the aeroplane. But all that's doing is driving the fuel down to the engine. And that's your simple fuel system. Nothing to worry about there. Nothing for us. Yeah, just we've covered the components. We know what the components do. Yeah. The delivery of the fuel is going to be via pipelines, and because it's a low pressure system, yeah, we can just use aluminium alloy pipes. There's no temperature or anything or pressure involved. So just little aluminium alloy pipes in the low pressure side of it. If we go up into the high pressure side, once you're down towards the engine, then you're looking at stainless steel pipes, because you've got the heat around the engine, and you've got that extra pressure. Did you guys do module 15?
Yes, sir. We have.
You've done 15, so you know all about the engine fuel supply, how the engine's dealing with the fuel it gets.
So far, yes.
Good. Right. Within the system, within the airframe side of the system, we're just going to use normal standard couplings. We don't need to worry about the types of coupling. Any bits that I think are relevant, I will mention. I think there's only one that we might come across. So we have the standard couplings in the system, and because it's a fuel system, we need to make sure that the pipes and the structure are all bonded. When we've got fuel running through the pipes, the potential for a buildup of Static is quite large. If we get a build-up of static, there's always that potential for explosion. Yeah, so we need to make sure that we provide bonding on the fuel pipes. So we know what medium is flowing through those pipes. We're going to put an identification marking on the pipes. And for fuel, the international symbol for fuel is the black star on the white background. 9 times out of 10 is accompanied by a red tape with black lettering that states the words fuel. Yeah, but if you see the black star, highlighter, 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 if you see the black star on the white background, that is the international symbol for fuel. Again, it shows you on the pipe. You sometimes, doesn't necessarily happen, but 9 times out of 10, you'll get the red tape with fuel written on it, but it's the international symbol that we're interested in. Okay with that? Brilliant. Right, so make sure you whack your highlighter through that. Standard pipeline, standard couplings. Just double checking. Yeah, we've covered those. Covered those quite happily. Everybody okay with that? Yeah, and obviously that's our small aircraft systems. The large aircraft system is pretty much the same, just a couple more considerations to take in. Obviously, with your large aircraft and the layout of it, we're not going to talk about gravity feeding. So we're going to have additional pumps throwing the fuel around. What else are we going to have? Large aircraft, we need a facility for refueling the aeroplane. With these small aircraft, it's normally the overwing refueling. Again, we'll look at that in a wee while, but it's just like filling your car up at the petrol station or your bike up, where you've got an open line. Take the filler cap off, put the open line in, pull the trigger, and dispense your fuel. With your large aircraft, because of the size of it, we need to deliver that fuel in a slightly different manner. So we'll have a look at that. Defueling the aeroplane, again, it's going to be a bit more complex. So we're going to provide a method of getting the fuel out of the thing. Exactly the same as we saw before. We're going to have a vent facility. We're going to have the ability for the aircraft to vent. And on your larger aircraft, we're going to have a jettison facility. The fuel jettison, in the unlikely event of an emergency, we need to bring the aircraft down to a suitable weight for landing, and to do that, we might need to get rid of fuel. We'll have a look at the jettison system in a while as well. Because the aircraft's operating at altitude, it gets quite cold up there. So most modern large aircraft have some means of heating the fuel. Yeah, now that could be a dedicated heater. On a lot of aircraft, they actually run the hydraulic pipes through the fuel tank. So your hydraulic oil, as that's working, that's getting hot. But by running the pipe work through the fuel tank, it's transferring the heat from the hydraulic oil into the fuel. And fuel's a lot happier if it's got a bit of temperature behind it. It's more efficient, more combustible. Large aircraft, we're going to have multi-engines. So we need a method of feeding fuel from one system to another in case we get any problems. So, you know, just our backup again. And on large aircraft, again, we need to know what the contents of the tanks are going to be. On large aircraft, we tend to use capacitance gauges. Yeah, I'm not an electrician, but I'll have a rough go at explaining capacitance. But that's the sort of components that we're going to need in our fuel tank, and obviously all rounded off with the correct gauging in the flight deck. Yeah, just typical system. Yeah, somewhere to put the fuel in. Yeah, so we've got our refueling valve where we're going to connect the Bowser, push the fuel in. One side, the starboard side, then your port side, left and right. Yeah, so transfer valves and cross-feed valves allowing us to swap fuel from side to side of the aircraft. That fuel fed up to the tank. Yeah, via the inlet valve for the tank, and as the fuel goes in, yeah, very important to remember this. I think it comes up in a little while, but while the picture's in front of me, as the fuel's going into the tank, it goes through what they call the cascade unit, cascade device, and the cascade device is there to diffuse the fuel as it's going into the tank. It's spreading it about, so that the fuel as it goes in isn't hitting one point all the time. So the cascade device is there just to spread the fuel out as it goes into the tank. Within the tank, yeah, we've got our booster pumps. We talked about those. Our suction valve, yeah. So if we get a failure in the pumps, the pressure caused by the engine pulling the fuel out will cause the suction valve to open and allow the engine to feed. Non-return valves with our spiders in, so we can't fit them the wrong way around. And again, we've got our low-level switch, float switch, and a high-level switch. The high-level switch is going to shut off the tank when it's full. The low-level switch is going to put on a light in the cabin to say that tank's empty. Anything else we need to know about? Not really. Jettison valves we'll look at later. There's your vent line. Yeah, the vent line as the tank vents. Yeah, any fuel that's escaped from the tank will go down the vent line into that surge tank. Yeah, surge tank with a little bit of ram air pressure on it just to make sure that it remains pressurized. Yeah, high level, low level switch. So once it gets to high level, a pump will run, and it's just going to pump that fuel back into the main supply. Not a lot else to say. Yeah. So all the components that we've talked about, we can see them. They're sitting in the tank. This little thing here is a dipstick. We talked about contents indication. We want to know how much fuel's in the tank, and a simple device is just having a dipstick in the tank. No different to your oil dipstick on your car. Yeah, dip it in, see how wet it is, and on there's a lot of graduations that'll tell you what the contents are. So that's an example of your large aircraft system, and you can see each for whatever reason. I've got the inter-engine valve, yeah, which would allow the tanks to feed another engine should anything go wrong, should there be the need. So let's say number 3 tank, yeah, it's feeding number 3 engine. 4 tank feeding number 4 engine. We get a problem for whatever reason, yeah, we can use number 4 tank via the inter-engine valve to feed number 3 engine. And again, just showing us where our tanks are located. This particular instance, yeah, we've got the main wing tanks, center tank, yeah, and again the wings on this side. At the end, yeah, we've got the vent tank. So any fuel that's vented is going to run up to the vent tank, where it can be reclaimed once that tank's full. Again, we talked about the jet pump, or we can have an automatic booster pump, and that's just going to return that fuel back to the tank. In this particular instance, they're looking at having a tank in the horizontal stabilizer as well. And that would generally be used for feeding the APU. It can feed into the main system as well, but normally you'd use your stabilizer tank to feed your APU, and again that is fitted with its own little surge tank as well. Everybody okay with that? Any problems there? No.
Nope.
Excellent. Right. Yeah, we need some sort of indication in the cabin. We need to know how much fuel we've got in there. So I have a fuel control panel, and within the fuel control panel, we'll have contents gauges, selectors for our pumps. Yeah, so in this case, we've got our booster pumps. Yeah, switch them on and off. Obviously, if the pumps aren't running, you'll get an indication. If you've got a fault, you'll get an indication. Cross-feed switch. So if I'm wanting to feed fuel from one side of the aircraft to the other, I can open the cross-feed, and the pumps will do that. Fuel heaters we'll have a look at in a minute. So just to give you an idea, and that panel generally mimics the layout of the fuel system in the aircraft. So it makes it easier for the pilot if everything's left tanks on the left-hand side, right tanks on the right-hand side. You can see what's going on. Yeah. Yeah. So in this instance, yeah, we've got our integral tanks in the wings, in the fuselage. We talked about that in the stabilizer. Left engine normally fed by the left wing. Right engine by the right wing tanks. Again, the actual specifics of feeding the engine from which tanks is down to the aircraft type. So we're not going to get bogged down in that. Yeah, the cross-feed we've already mentioned, so you've got the facility to feed one side to the other in the event of an emergency, and you've also got your fuel feed there for the APU. All okay with that? Any problems there? Again, nothing to worry about, nothing to highlight there, just to give you that information on how the system's operating. Refueling and defueling the aircraft, again, it's going to depend on the type of aircraft you got. Your small light aircraft is generally open line refueling, as I was trying to say before, just like your fueling down at the garage. Yeah. The big difference on the aircraft, though, is the bonding. We're going to look at refueling in a minute, but it's essential that we get correct bonding while we're carrying out refueling and defueling operations. Your large aircraft is going to be a fuel bowser, a big fuel truck, or a lot of airfields have the fuel storage under the aircraft apron, and what we do is we bring a hydrant along, and all the hydrant is really is a push pump. Yeah, so it's a drive along pump. We plug that into the fuel storage area under the tarmac. The hydrant runs a set of pumps, and that pushes fuel up into the aeroplane. You'll notice on the picture, yeah, we've got the identification of the fuel that equipment uses. So we need to make sure that the fueling equipment is compatible with the fuel that we want to put into the aeroplane, and that the fuel that we're using is right. So large aircraft, we're going to use pressure refueling because the size of the aircraft, the amount of fuel it's taking. If we tried to do overwing refueling, it would take forever. Yeah, so we use pressure refueling on the large aircraft. Most aeroplanes, large aircraft, there is an overwing facility. So if you got, I don't know, your 737 and you're stuck in the middle of nowhere, and I haven't got a pressure refueler, you could fill it via overwing refueling, but it's not recommended. You'd be there forever and a day. The point at which we carry out our refueling is known as the refuel station. Yeah, and at the refuel station, we've got the fueling manifold, we've got the refuel connection, and there's a control panel there, so we can make sure that we're directing fuel into the right tanks, and we can monitor what's going on. Yeah. Very important that we have got the correct fuel for the aircraft that we're going to fill up. Yeah. So at the refuel station, there should be a big sticker on there telling you what fuel you can use in the aeroplane. Yeah. And we're going to use the tanker, the big Bowser, or the hydrant to deliver that fuel. Highlighter time. The typical delivery pressure for our fuel is round about 50 psi. Yeah, 50 psi ensures that the fuel's going to flow at a decent rate into the tank, round about 300 gallons per minute. Yeah, and that's a safe pressure, round about 50 psi, which equates to, according to this, about 3.5 bar. Yeah. 300 gallons per minute. Yeah, which is quite a good flow rate. And that's throwing the fuel into the tank. Again, highlighter. Don't forget, as the fuel's going in the tank, it's going through that cascade device. That cascade device there to spread the fuel about and to protect the aircraft structure. Yeah, so the fuel's not striking the same place every time the aircraft gets refueled. Defueling the aircraft, if we need to take fuel out for any reason, again, we can do that from the refuel defuel station, or the fueling station. Normally, fuel is taken out of the aircraft around about 11 psi. And again, that's not a bad figure to remember. Yeah.
Jim.
Yeah.
In this slide, we don't need to remember these figures.
Yeah, I've just said that. Stick a highlighter through the 50 psi.
Yeah.
Yeah, and 11 psi, the refuel defuel pressures. That's what when I said highlighter, yeah, I meant put a highlighter through it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Jim.
Yeah.
How do the cascade device protect from the structure?
It's just like a funnel. If you can imagine that's the fuel going into the tank. The cascade device is like a funnel shape. Yeah. So if that's your tank, yeah. If you didn't have the cascade device, the fuel that's going into the tank would just go straight onto the same point every time you refueled the aeroplane. But because you've got the cascade device, which is just like a funnel, it's causing the fuel to what they call diffuse. Yeah, so it's spreading about. So now it's not striking the same point all the time. It's filling the tank in a random fashion.
So it's like a divergent shape.
Yeah, I suppose you could call it that. Yeah, it's just like a funnel shape.
Okay.
Okay with that?
Yeah.
Jim, Jim,
Yeah.
the delivery pressure is 50 psi and the suction pressure is 11 psi. Yeah.
Yeah.
What equipment or what device create this pressure?
That comes from the refueling vehicle.
Refueling vehicle.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's where the refueling vehicle will deliver the fuel at that pressure. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Right, so we've gone to the refuel station. Yeah, plug the aircraft in, delivering the fuel, 50 psi, highlight, around about 300 gallons per minute. Through the cascade device, highlight. Yeah, and then if we need to defuel, we're going to take that fuel out around about 11 psi, highlight. Yeah. The electrical side of it, it says the electrical systems. We're going to have a refuel defuel valve, yeah, which is going to allow the fuel in or out of the aeroplane depending on the selection we've made. Transfer valves, crossfeed valves. We've already talked about those, so we know their function to allow fuel from one side of the aircraft to the other. And our float switches, the high and level and low level float switches. Again, we've talked about the float switches. We know what they're there for. Keep the float switch. Sorry, somebody's pinging me here. Yeah. Are we dropping out? Okay. It's all right. I'm just waiting. There's guys need admitting from the lobby, so I'm admitting them. Yeah, the high level and low level float switches are there. The high level switch is used to close the tank valve once the tank has reached its full level, its capacity level. The low level switch is used to put on an indication in the flight deck to say that the tank is now empty. Yeah, so they're part of the electrical system. Thermistors, just monitoring the temperature of the fuel in the system as it's floating around. And the other thing we mentioned was capacitance. With our large aircraft, yeah, using float switches and other methods is not very reliable. So we use capacitance units for measuring the contents of the fuel. Now the B2s that are in the class will put me right on this one, but as I understand it, the capacitance unit is a tube within a tube. Yeah, and between the two tubes, we've got fuel. Let's put some fuel in there. Yeah, so between the two tubes, there's fuel, and there's a sort of electrical signal running between the inner and the outer tube, and depending on the level of the fuel, as the fuel drops, that signal or the capacitance of the unit changes. That's then translated by magic, because it's B2 stuff, to a gauge in the cabin telling you how much fuel you've got. Have we got any B2 guys there?
Yes, there are a lot.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Right, was that my explanation okay for capacitance?
Yes, sir.
More than perfect.
Yeah, because I'm mechanical. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All this electricity, it's all magic to me.
Jim, you are doing right. But one thing I notice here that changes in capacitance, that means increase or decrease. Whether the fuel level increases, that means the dielectric that
Capacitance increase.
act as
right.
Fuel
level
act as
increases,
right?
capacitance increase.
Is it?
What is the
If
fuel
the
level increases?
If the fuel level increases, that means capacitance also increase.
As far as I'm aware, yes. As I say, I'm not a B2, but as far as I know, yes.
Ram, yes. When fuel level increases, capacitance increases due to the density of the fuel.
Okay. Thank you, Dai.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Got it.
Right. Brilliant. Yes. So those are the components that we need in our electrical side. Really nothing to worry about there, but be aware that for your large aircraft, it's capacitance units and not float switches or anything. Again, we're looking at examples now, so unless I say highlighted, don't worry about it, but just to give you an overview of what's going on. Yeah, we're going to have the refuel station, the refuel panel, and that's where the activity is going to take place. Drop the panel down, we'll have the refuel connection, yeah, and we'll have the selectors for each of the individual tanks. So with most aircraft, you can select tanks individually, or you can select the whole lot. Yeah. Select your tank. Yeah, you select open, and in this case, just as an example, so we're going to fill up all the tanks. So we'll flick them all to open. Connected our fueling line up. We'll go through the bonding in a minute, and we'll start pumping the fuel in. As the fuel goes in, we'll get an indication to say that the tank is in the process of filling. Once that tank is full, the high-level float switch will cut off the feed to that tank, and it will extinguish the light, so we know that the tank is now at capacity. Associated with that as well, a little indicator to tell us how much fuel is actually in there. So the tank's full. I've put me, in this case, what, 2,300 litres or gallons or whatever it is. Yeah, so I know that when the tank trips off, I know what the capacity of that tank is, so I know that there's no problem. Yeah, if I only want to fill up one tank, yeah, I can select the others closed and just refill up individual tanks as I deem fit. The other thing within the panel, there's a little light so we can see what we're doing at night time, and a little switch for testing the system, testing the gauges, testing the indicators. So again, we've got confidence everything's working.
Jim.
Yeah.
These refueling valve are opened mechanically or electrically?
In this case, electrically. Your switches are there. So connect the tank up. Yeah. Select the tank open. And what happens? There's electrical signal goes up to the tank valve. Yeah. And now fuel will just flow and fill the tank. Remember, we were saying that the high level switch will close that tank off once it's at capacity, once it's full. If anything went wrong within the system, Yeah, that's where we need that vent line. So let's say the filler valve didn't close off. Yeah, before we've got a chance to shut down the refueling vehicle, we need to make sure we're not going to damage the aircraft. So you've got the vent line, which will dump excess fuel overboard.
Yeah. So it means the refueling valve is open electrically.
This the light, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If you had a failure in that system, as I say, what we'd do would stop refueling at the refueling vehicle. Yeah, we'd stop pushing fuel into the aeroplane. Yeah, so if there was a problem, we could shut off the fuel at the pump, at the hydrant or the Bowser. But
okay.
Does that answer your question? You okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so again, just an example system. The refuel hose connectors, again, we'll look at those in a few minutes, but there's different types to match up with different aircraft. Again, just an example of the refuel panel. Yeah, your fueling door, testing your gauges, your open and close switches for your valves, illuminating lights just to tell you what state that valve is in. So the light, if it's illuminated, the valve is open. If it's off, the valve's closed. And your fuel quantity for your tanks. Yeah. Again, that's just an example, just to give you an idea of what's going on there. The fueling manifold is where we connect the refuel hose, and it's the fueling manifold that's going to direct the fuel from the hose into the different tanks. We'll have a look at that. Just remember the term manifold. Yeah, I don't think it comes up. I don't remember seeing it, but if we just remember manifold, we'll be all right. And this is the fueling manifold. We love this. Right.
Well, remember this, Jim? For what?
The word manifold.
Or manifold.
Manifold, yeah. It's just a chamber, yeah, with a lot of connections on it that'll direct fuel to the individual tanks.
Okay.
It's just for if the word's mentioned at all, at least you'll recognise it. You'll know what it is. Yeah,
Okay.
you won't get a question like, "What does the manifold do?" But if you get a question referring to manifold, you know what it's there for. Right. So what we're going to do, we're going to plug our refuel hose in, and as we plug the refuel hose in, it's going to depress this little plunger, and that's going to allow fuel into this chamber here. At the same time, we're going to get fuel through a little orifice, and it's going to fill up a chamber above a diaphragm. Yeah, that diaphragm is there holding with the aid of spring pressure. It's holding the tank valve in the closed position. We want to put fuel in, so what we're going to do is select our switch, yeah, to open the tank. By selecting the switch, we're moving a little solenoid valve. The solenoid valve will energize, and it will open a chamber or a pipeway above the diaphragm. So the fuel above the diaphragm now, because that solenoid's open, that fuel can now flow down and go off towards the tank. Because that chamber, that upper chamber above the diaphragm is now empty, yeah, the fuel pressure below is going to push up on the diaphragm, and it's going to push up on the filler cap and open the tank to accept fuel. Yeah. Once the tank's full, the high level switch, or if we turn the thing off, but the high level switch will trip. That will close the solenoid, the solenoid will block off the port above the diaphragm. The port above the diaphragm will start filling with fuel, and that pressure above, aided by the spring, will close off the refuel gate for the tank. Yeah, and this is just a chopped section. It's showing the 3 tanks. Exactly the same process occurs. Yeah, we get fuel weight in, we get equal pressure on the diaphragm. Open the solenoid, pressure above the diaphragm dissipates, and that allows the refuel cap to, or refuel valve to open, which allows the tank to fill. Yeah. So again, when you're looking through, be aware, and again, it's probably worth. I'll double check in the notes to see if it's there, but it's worth noting that the tank is opened by differential pressure. Yeah, we're opening the solenoid. Yeah, that's allowing a difference in pressure above and below the diaphragm. That's what's causing the thing to open and allowing fuel to flow through. There we go. Yeah. So we've now opened the solenoid. All the fuel that was in the, I'll call it the chamber. It's probably the wrong word, but all the fuel that was in the upper chamber has now escaped. Yeah, gone down to the tank, and because that chamber's empty, the pressure underneath the diaphragm is going to lift the filler plate, and now your fuel can feed straight into the tanks. The other thing that I'll just mention, again, it doesn't come up, we're always going to have a manual reversion. So if we get a failure in the solenoid valve and we need to get fuel in, there's a little push button. It has exactly the same effect as the solenoid. It'll just open the top chamber and allow fuel to flow. Yeah. So that's our fueling manifold and how the fueling manifold works. Yeah, as soon as that solenoid shut off, yeah, fuel coming up above the diaphragm is going to cause the cap to close, assisted by a spring.
Jim.
Yeah.
So during the refueling, this is opened by the differential fuel pressure or the solenoid. What do we say?
When you're refueling, yeah, you're connecting your refueling hose. That opens this valve. That then fills this chamber, with fuel. At the same time, you've got fuel going through this little orifice, so it's sitting on top of the diaphragm. So you've got even pressure above and below the diaphragm.
Yeah.
When we operate the solenoid, yeah, so we'll open the solenoid. That is going to allow the fuel above the diaphragm to go off down to the tank. So we're losing the pressure above the diaphragm. Yeah, because you've got high pressure below, low pressure above. That fuel is going to lift the refueling valve up, and now that fuel can flow down to the tank. So the operation of the solenoid, yeah, is creating the differential pressure, and it's the differential pressure that opens the refuel valve inside.
So if there is a refueling valve opened by an option is the solenoid and fuel pressure, so what we should mark them?
Sorry, I didn't get that. You're very, very broken.
If this refueling valve is opened by, and if we have the options solenoid and fuel pressure, so what will be right?
Fuel pressure.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody else okay with that?
Jim.
Yeah.
Can you explain once again the couple of points which are very important. Still, I can't get. Can you please explain once last time?
Yeah, I will do. But what we're going to do is, can you see my little arrow? We're going to connect the refueling hose, and as we connect the refueling hose, that's going to depress that plunger, which is going to allow fuel to flow into this chamber. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Right. As that fuel flows into that chamber, it's also going up through this little hole, and it's filling the area above a diaphragm. Yeah, so that diaphragm, like I suppose a rubber sheet type thing. So now we've got fuel below and fuel above the diaphragm, and that's going to be at the same pressure. Yeah, because the refueling cap here, or I'll call it the refuel valve. Yeah, the refuel valve is being held closed by spring pressure and by the fact that you've got even fuel pressure top and bottom. If now I energize the solenoid, so at the refueling station, I select the tank. Let's say we want to fill number 1 tank. I'll select the switch, and that will energize the solenoid. The solenoid will then move back, and that will open a port or a little fuel way. Yeah, it'll open it up so that the fuel that was above the diaphragm is now going to move out of the way. Yeah, it's going to drain down into the tank. Because now you've got no pressure above the diaphragm, the pressure below the diaphragm is going to force the refuel valve up, and now your fuel is free to flow into the tank. Got that?
Okay, that means the differential pressure that is below is greater than above. That causes the spring pressure overcome, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's it exactly.
Yeah, spring pressure overcome, and that's cause the solenoid to open, right?
Yeah, yeah. So now the fuel's going to flow into the tank.
Okay.
As soon as I let's say the tank's full, the high level float switch will cut off the signal to the solenoid. The solenoid will close. So now fuel will go above the diaphragm. It can't go anywhere. And that fuel pressure, aided by spring pressure, will close the refuel valve.
Okay.
Okay with that?
Okay, then. Thank you.
Lovely. And as I say, just as a backup, because we always have backup, if you get a failure in the solenoid for whatever reason, we've got the little manual plunger. We can press that, and that's going to have exactly the same effect. Yeah, and it'll allow us to refuel the aeroplane. Anybody else got any questions there? Okay. Yeah, again, just an example of your refueling station, and you don't need to worry about this. It's just showing how the refueling manifold, is directing fuel to the different locations, the different pumps the different tanks that we want to fill up. Yeah. So your refueling station, your manifold is just directing that fuel to where we want it to be. Just give me 2 ticks to make sure I haven't missed anything. Okay, no,
Hello,
covered
Jim.
all that. We're happy with that.
Yes, Jim.
Yeah.
In the last picture, in the last slide, I saw there was a different defueling point, no, defueling valve. One more slide. One more back slide. Yes, here. 2 defueling valve. There is 1 point 2 defueling valve.
Yeah. There'll be another. Go on.
So far, I know the defueling can be carried out through refueling point as well, I know. But there is one different defueling valve. So can you please elaborate that?
Well, I can, but we don't need to because it doesn't mention defueling in any depth, so you don't need to worry about it. But basically, with the defuel, the bowser or the hydrant is going to create a suction. Yeah. Okay. So as you've got a defueling valve, we'll select that defueling valve, and that's going to open the tank. Yeah, the suction that's created by the refuel valve or by the hydrant or the bowser is just going to suck fuel back from the tank. So where it's talking about the defuel valve, there's another valve down here out of the way, out of the picture.
Okay, Jim.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. Anybody else? Right, jettison. Yeah, we're talking about jettison before. Getting rid of any excess fuel in the event of an emergency. Yeah, so it might be that we've taken off. Something untoward's happened on the aircraft, and we need to land as soon as we possibly can. Obviously, you know about the weight of the aircraft being critical, so we need to bring the weight of the aeroplane down to a suitable level for landing, so we don't kill anybody or hurt anybody. We don't overstress the aeroplane, break the structure. So we need to get shot of some of our fuel, and we do that via the fuel jettison system. So that fuel, we get rid of it through, in the event of an emergency, bring us down to a suitable landing weight, and because we're emptying the tank, or not emptying the tank. Hang on, sorry. COVID. We want to preserve some of the contents of the tank. We don't want to run out of fuel. We just need to get rid of a selected amount. So the fuel that's dumped from the tank, the fuel that's jettisoned, exits the tank through a standpipe. And by going out through a standpipe, it just means that we're not going to inadvertently empty the tank. Yeah, so if that's my fuel tank, yeah, the standpipe is that sort of affair. Yeah, so now if I've got high level of fuel, I'll start to jettison it. All that fuel is going to go out via the standpipe until I get down to that sort of level. Yeah, and I can't take any more out. So now I am left with a predetermined amount of fuel, and that's to protect our fuel supply, so we don't run out of fuel. Yeah, we need to leave a certain amount in the aircraft. So when it's talking about going out through the standpipe, that's what we're talking about. Yeah, leaving a predetermined amount of fuel in the tank. And the jettison fuel normally leaves the aircraft through the wingtip or through the fin. via a jettison tube. I'll show you a picture of that in a minute. To get rid of the fuel, we need to run the jettison pump. Yeah. Most aircraft, the booster pump will double up as a jettison pump. You can have separate entities, but the booster pump can double up as a jettison pump. If the booster pump is being used for jettison, it will run at a faster speed. Yeah, so it's dumping fuel more quickly. Yeah, so booster pump can double up as a jettison pump. If it does, it runs at a higher speed. And stick your highlighter through that as well, please, guys. That one does come up. Some aircraft, again, to protect the engine supply, yeah, there's a little non-return valve in the system, just to make sure that the fuel that's being jettisoned, yeah, doesn't interrupt the feed to the engine. Yeah, so there's an NRV in there to make sure that the engine supply is protected from the jettison. Yeah. The jettison itself, yeah, the fuel is directed from the tank via a jettison pipeline to a jettison pipe, and that jettison pipe either at the base of the fin or somewhere down the wing. Yeah, so we can get rid of fuel that way. This particular example, the fuel dump chute, as they call it, yeah, it's just a pipeline, normally held up in the locked position by a little actuator. Should I want to jettison fuel, make a selection, the actuator will lower the dump chute, and as it does, it opens little non-return valves in the fuel dump. Yeah, and that then allows fuel to flow and gets jettisoned overboard. Again, pardon me.
Hello, Mr. Jim.
Yeah.
Sir, this fuel jettisoning system is in all heavy aircraft or in some aircraft only?
No, it should be on all large aircraft.
All large aircraft, sir. Okay.
Yeah.
Jim.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jim.
Yeah.
Carry on, please.
Yeah, I was just going to show that not all aircraft will have the same example as I've shown you, but all large aircraft will have a jettison facility, some sort of jettison system on them.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Jim, for this jettison system to be carried out, it's the same booster pump that of normal we talk about earlier.
Yes.
Same, or is
some aircraft have a dedicated jettison pump, and that's all it's there for. Most aircraft will use the booster pump to double up as a jettison pump, so we can use one pump for two functions. Just if we select jettison, that booster pump will run at a higher speed.
Only the speed is the double the speed. It acts as the jettison pump, right?
Yeah. Does it say double in the notes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One booster pump. Okay, got it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know it runs at a higher speed. I couldn't remember whether it said double the speed or not.
No, it's a higher speed in the
only higher speed. Yeah.
There you go. I was right. Yeah. One of the booster pumps in the tank runs at a higher speed for jettison. Yeah.
Yeah.
The other one protecting the engines, as we said, and there's a non-return valve in there to make sure that the engine supply is protected and that the fuel to the engine isn't thrown overboard. And then the standpipe, again, Yes, stick a highlighter through the word standpipe, because that is there to make sure that we've got sufficient fuel remaining in the aircraft, that we don't dump everything. Okay with that?
Okay.
Okay. Right, controls, indication, what do we need? Yeah, we need to know how much fuel we've got in the aircraft. Yeah, so we're going to have a total fuel indication. And then most aircraft will have individual tank contents gauges as well. We know we've got those at the refuel station, but a lot of that information is repeated in the cabin. But certainly in the cabin, they're going to have a total fuel indication. That's more important for the pilot to know exactly how much he's got, rather than how much is in each individual tank. Carrying out your contents, what's the word I'm looking for? Setting up your contents gauges. Yeah, we want to make sure that the contents are accurate. So when the B2s come along and they do the capacitance checks and checking that the fuel readings are all okay, yeah, we need to put the aircraft in the rigging position, in the level position. And the other thing the B2s will tell you is to make sure that there's nobody walking on the aeroplane while they're trying to do it. Otherwise, it throws all the readings out. If we get a failure in the electrical system, we mentioned the dipstick before. Yeah, we can use that as a backup to tell us our fuel contents. Another version of a mechanical reading is the dripstick. I've got a picture of that, comes up in a minute if I remember rightly. Yeah, the dipstick's dead easy. That just goes in from the top. Drop the stick in. It's got little calibrations on it. That'll tell you what the calibrations, graduations. It'll tell you how much fuel you've got in. The dripstick, again, is quite common on aircraft. And again, it's just a little graduated stick that goes up from the lower surface of the tank. So that's worth remembering. The dipstick goes from the top. The dripstick goes from the bottom, the lower surface. And all your dripstick is, little rod sits up in the tank. Yeah, and at the top of the rod, there's a little hole. Yeah, as the top of the rod meets the top of the fuel level, yeah, little bit of fuel starts to dribble down. It'll come down the center of the rod, and it'll come out the hole in the bottom. Yeah, so as soon as you start seeing fuel, little drips appearing in the bottom of the stick as it starts dripping out, you know that the rod has reached the top of the fuel, and you just read off, and that's your fuel level noted. Yeah, so inside your tank, if that's your fuel level, yeah, your dripstick coming down. In the top of the dripstick, there's a little hole. Yeah, so your dripstick meets the top of the fuel. Yeah, where the hole meets the top of the fuel will start to dribble down. It'll appear from the hole in the bottom there. Yeah, and then you just read off what the graduations say, and that will tell you your fuel contents for that particular tank. Pardon me. Again, that's just what we've seen before is the fuel control panel. Yeah. In this case, we've got fuel temperature valve. We've got the crossfeed valve. Yeah. Again, your pumps. We saw those before, and the indications to let us know that the pumps are working. Filter in the system, indication whether the filters become too clogged and fuel's in it. Refuel station, again, as we said before, we've got got the manifold just directing fuel to the various tanks. Again, we don't need to worry too much about that. Mag level indicator, same sort of thing. It's just telling us how much fuel we've got in. Again, from the lower surface of the fuel tank, the stick goes up. In the top of the rod, there's a wee magnet. As we turn the rod through 90 degrees and lower it down, there's a float on top of the fuel. So as we drop the stick down, the two magnets come into contact with each other, attract each other, and where they hold each other, we just read off the graduations, and that'll tell us how much fuel we've got in the tank. Again, we don't need to worry too much about that. It's just know that it's another form of indication. All okay with that? Any problems there?
Jim.
Yeah.
Like, you don't worry about that. It's all belongs to all category B1, B2 helicopters.
What, the mag indicator?
Yeah, magnetic dipstick and dipstick.
It's just if your electrical system fails and you don't know how much fuel you've got in your fuel tank, it's just an alternative method of checking the contents. So some aircraft will have a dipstick, some aircraft will have a dripstick, some aircraft will have the mag indicator. Yeah, it just depends on the type of aeroplane. But yeah, even on a helicopter, if you've got a failure in your system, you need to know how much fuel you've got in the aircraft. Yeah, so you can use your dipstick or whatever system's fitted.
I need to say, Mr. Jim, that in exam point of view, these topics are important or not, just such things.
From an exam point of view, I keep telling you the bits to highlight, but you can't just. I'm sorry, but you need to know the material. There's no getting away from it. You've got to know the material. Yeah. From an exam point of view, the internal workings of the refuel manifold, you don't need to know that, but you need to know that it's differential pressure that's operating it. Yeah. So with your dripstick, dipstick, all the rest of it, you need to know that there is an alternate means in case you've got a failure in your main system.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've been saying, right, you need to highlight this, you need to highlight that, which is fine, but you need to read the notes, you need to read the information as well. I can't say what the questions are going to be because I don't know. I'm just highlighting the bits that are most likely to come up.
Okay, Jim.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That's all right. Yeah. And this is what I was trying to get over to you yesterday. And this is where I got a bit upset when people were saying that I wasn't teaching properly and that I wasn't telling you to highlight this, that, and the next thing. Yeah. I could.
Really?
Yeah. So, I'm trying my best here. I'm trying to guide you in the right direction, but there is no substitute for studying and understanding the system. We don't need to know the nitty-gritty, which is why I'm saying highlight this, highlight that, but we need that overall understanding.
Yeah.
Okay with that?
Okay.
Okay. Right, that's it's been going there. Just give me 2 ticks, guys.
It's break time.
I think so.
भन्नु न जिमलाई.
Jim?
Yeah.
Can we have breaks for 10 minutes?
I was just going to say that we're at a decent place to stop, so we'll have a 10-minute break there.
Okay.
I make it 14:35, so 14:45, 10 minutes.
Okay. Ji.
Okay, I'll see you then.
Okay.
मेरो 10 मिनट ब्रेक है
Bro. Because bro.
Yeah, we are back.
Okay, that's good.
Yes, sir, we are back.
Lovely. Right. Next component that we need a quick look at is fuel heating. Yeah. We said that we need to prevent the fuel from freezing, and we're going to put our fizzy in there, our inhibitor. But fuel is a lot more efficient when it's warm. So what we can do is warm the fuel through, and that gives us the twofold benefits of preventing the water in the fuel from freezing and giving it that little bit more efficiency. So a lot of aircraft, yeah, we're gonna heat the fuel, and there are different methods of doing it. Water in the fuel, yeah, if we don't keep it above a freezing point, that water will freeze. Yeah, and fuel naturally, I think that should be hygroscopic, but fuel naturally contains water. Yeah, the fizzy, don't forget, and we said the highlight of it is making sure that the fuel mixture doesn't freeze, but the fuel heaters are going to help us with that as well. Yeah. Talk about the bypass. Bypass an indicator. What we've got in, I'll show you in the system in a minute. But we have a filter in the fuel pipe. Yeah, just what they call the ice guard. Yeah, and as fuel is flowing across the ice guard, if it's cold, that's just if that's a fuel pipeline. Yeah, within the pipe, we're going to put the ice guard in, and the ice guard is just a mesh filter. Again, apologies for that. Yeah. So as fuel is flowing, yeah, if that fuel is getting too cold, what's happening? That the water in the fuel, as it comes across the ice guard of the filter, is going to start building up ice on the filter. Across the filter, we're going to have a differential pressure indicator. Yeah, so that's looking at pressure that side. It's looking at pressure that side, and if it gets a differential pressure, yeah, if one side is different to the other, it'll put on a warning light in the cabin, and that indicates to the crew that they've got potential icing in the fuel. Yeah. Get rid of you. Fizzy we've already talked about. We know that we put fizzy in the system again to prevent the fuel from freezing. And a lot of aircraft will put some sort of heating mechanism in there, a fuel heater. Yeah, the fuel heaters vary from aeroplane to aeroplane. Some aircraft we're going to run, as I say, hydraulic pipes through the fuel tanks, so you get a fuel oil heat exchanger, if you like. Others we've got a dedicated heater that we can run. Yeah, this is the ice guard that I was talking about, and you can see that ice is forming on the mesh. Either side of that mesh, we've got the pressure sensor. So if we get high pressure on one side, low pressure on the other, we've got that differential pressure where we know we've got a problem within the fuel. The British Airways aircraft there was actually crash landed because of ice in the fuel. It was flying back from, I think it was Singapore. The fuel that had taken on board had quite a heavy concentration of water in it, and as the aircraft descended, obviously going through that cold weather that we talked about and precipitation, and the fuel froze, and it was very, very lucky that it wasn't this, but he managed to land the aircraft at Heathrow, albeit with no wheels, but he managed to get it down. So water can be a problem. Again, we don't need to worry too much about the ins and outs, but one of the methods of heating the fuel is by using bleed air. Yeah, and the bleed air going through a heat exchanger. Fuel going through one way, bleed air going through the other. The fuel, as it's flowing, is quite happy. Yeah, and what happens is the fuel passes over a little wax charge. Yeah, a little valve with a wax charge in it. As the temperature of the fuel drops, as the fuel gets colder and colder, as it flows past that wax charge, the wax starts to shrink. And as the wax starts to shrink, it opens up the bleed air valve, which allows more bleed air, hot air through the heat exchanger. As that hot air flows through the heat exchanger, it's going to warm up the fuel, As it warms up the fuel, the wax charge starts to expand as the wax starts melting. That expands and it starts to close off the amount of hot air that we're allowing through the heat exchanger. So keep that one in mind. Yeah, the fuel heater, we need to warm the fuel through, need to keep it hot, and there are different methods of heating that fuel. Fizzy again is the main one for preventing that freezing, but we can have a system with a fuel heater in it. Yeah, the ice guard is going to put on a warning light in the cabin. If the captain gets a warning light, again, he's got the option of turning the heater on, or the heater can be totally automatic. All okay with that?
What is this wax charge?
That wax charge, that wax is just in the end of the valve here. So as the fuel is flowing through the heat exchanger, if that fuel is cold, it's going to start where it meets the wax. Yeah, it's going to start to solidify that wax. So the wax charge that's in the end of the valve is going to start shrinking, and as it shrinks, it allows this bleed air valve to open. So now we're going to get lots of hot air flowing through the heat exchanger, which is warming up the fuel. Now, as the fuel warms up, as it flows past the wax charge, that wax starts to melt. As it starts to melt, it expands. As it expands, it closes off the bleed air valve, so reduces the amount of hot air that we're allowing into the heat exchanger.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Excellent. Fuel couplings. Yeah, for our fuel system, there are all different types of coupling we might come across. Again, we don't need to worry too much about the couplings. Yeah, the pipelines, we said are standard pipelines, normally made out of aluminium alloy. Yeah, we've got flexible couplings just to protect the pipes. If the vibration and what have you, we don't want vibration cracking the pipes and introducing fuel leaks. So we can put flexi couplings in the system. V-bands, V-band clamps. We've already mentioned V-bands the other day, I think. Yeah, again, example of a V-band clamp. We can use those. They're quite effective so long as they're fitted properly. They're good little fasteners. Again, just little what we call sliding couplings, which is basically just a rubber sleeve held on with a couple of Jubilee clips. Again, example there. The other type of coupling we've got is the one that's used for fuel and air only. I think that's your sliding coupling. Yeah, watch out for the sliding coupling. It's there in the notes. The sliding coupling is for junctions where there's only air or vapor flowing through the system. Yeah, so your sliding coupling, just push fit, quick twist, something similar to this, where we just push it up into the connector. Yeah, screw it together. But your sliding coupling only for air and vapor. Yeah. Yeah, flexible couplings, just standard pipeline couplings. That sort of thing. Yeah. Again, just make sure your O-rings are fitted when you're working on the system. If we get fuel leaks, that can be hazardous to the aeroplane. Yeah, such as that. Somebody connected a fuel pipe up. They didn't fit the O-ring. Yeah, the O-ring wasn't there, and the engine caught fire. Yeah, so Sliding couplings, definitely a highlighter. Be aware of those. Fuel and air and vapor only. Fuel identification, we talked about that. And the fuel heater to prevent the fuel from freezing. I can't honestly remember questions about wax charges, but that's not to say there isn't one. So when you're going through the notes, just keep that one in the back of your mind. Yeah. All right. Fuel tank safety. Yeah. Lot of stuff working with fuel. Very important that we get it right. It can be very, very dangerous if we don't. So to that end, and 9 times out of 10, your fueling and your defueling operations take place outside. Yeah. We've got to be careful, make sure that there's no sources of spark, no sources of flame anywhere near the operation, and making sure that we've got our first aid firefighting equipment ready and available, the FAFA. We should, around the fueling area, fueling, defueling, doesn't matter, but there should be warning notices placed around so that everybody's aware of what's going on. Yeah. Earthing and bonding of the aircraft while you're carrying out your fueling, defueling operation, again, is critical. Yeah, so the refueling vehicle will come along. The refueling vehicle will be connected to Earth. The refueling vehicle will be connected to the aircraft. And before we connect the hose to the aircraft, again, we're going to bond the hose to the aircraft structure. Once the bonding's been done, then we can take the cover cap off the refueling hose and carry out the refueling operation. Once we've finished fueling, the same applies in reverse. Disconnect the hose, put the protective cap on the hose, then we can disconnect the earthing equipment. Yeah, so earthing and bonding, vital. If you've got to go into a fuel, yeah?
Is there any particular sequence of this bonding or not?
Yeah, that's what I've just told you. Yeah.
First, the bowser to the ground and then to the aircraft.
Yeah, and then the refueling hose to the aircraft before the hose is connected.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. In fact, I'm pretty sure that the sequence is down in the notes somewhere. We'll come across it. Yeah, we'll come across it again in a couple of minutes. But the bonding sequence is worth knowing about. If you've got to work in a tank for whatever reason, it's not a nice place to be. So the tank, before we put anybody in there, needs to be vented, needs to be purged of fumes. Sometimes that's not possible, so we're into breathing apparatus. So purging and venting the tanks, we need to make sure that there's no electrical power and the battery's disconnected. And if we're working in a tank, it's got to be approved lighting only. It says explosive torches. That doesn't mean the torches introduce explosives. It means they're explosive proof. Yeah, so that the torches are all sealed, so the source of sparking ignition's been taken away. If you go into a tank, you're taking tools in, make sure that you bring them all back out. So making a checklist of anything that you take into a tank. Years ago, I used to work on an aircraft called the Vulcan, and that was a big bomber, big delta wing bomber.
and we had one came into the hangar, and we opened the fuel tanks up, and we went in to carry out the work. And inside the fuel tank, we found a stool where somebody had been sitting on it years ago, and they'd forgotten to take the stool out of the tank. Yeah. So always, whatever you take into the tank, bring it back out. Certainly in your larger aircraft, if you leave things lying around, screwdrivers and what have you, that can create problems. And there is an urban myth. I think it was a Nigerian MRO where they were servicing a 747, and the aircraft went out from its D-check, I think it was on. A couple of months it had been flying around, it was having fuel flow problems. So they eventually thought, well, we've got to do something about this. So they grounded the aeroplane, drained it all out, emptied all the tanks out, and when they went in, they found a body, and some chap had been stuck in the tank. Nobody knew he was in there. They panelled it all up and stuck fuel in. I keep trying to find out whether that's actually a true story or an urban myth, but I've never found a proper answer to it. However, it just shows it's easy enough done, so you need to watch yourselves. Going into the tank, just make sure you put protection around the tank access panels, protective mats in the tank, so you're not damaging the structure. And there's a good chance, if it's not been purged properly, you're going to need proper breathing apparatus, so you're not overcome by fumes when you're in the tank. Proper PPE, we said that before, to protect you, to prevent you getting dermatitis. And a good idea if you're working in a tank is to have somebody on the end of a piece of rope. Yeah, just tie a piece of rope around your middle or something. Have that dangling out of the tank access panel, and every so often somebody can give a wee tug on it. You can tug back, and that just ensures that you've not been overcome by fumes when you're working in the tank. Again, if you think a lot of these tanks, the access is very, very limited. Yeah, you need skinny people to crawl in. They go well within the depths of the aeroplane, so we need to know that whoever's in there is okay. Yeah. So your air sucker, your forced air breathing. Yeah. So you're not overcome by fumes. Spark-proof tools. All tools counted and accounted for. Explosive-proof lights. That is what I don't think it's mentioned in the notes there, but I have seen a question. I can't remember where now. When they're checking for fume concentration, they use a machine called an explosiometer. Yeah, and that's measuring the concentration of fuel vapor in a particular area. Now, I can't remember whether I saw that in the notes or whether it's somewhere else. But again, if you see it, you know what it is. Refueling vehicles. Yeah, the refuelers, again, we're essential that we know that the vehicle has got the correct fuel in for the aircraft that we're going to be filling up. Yeah, the fuelers, you can either get your tankers, your big Bowsers, or you can have the hydrants that plug into the fuel buns underground. Yeah, again, it should be clearly marked what fuel that equipment is used with. Yeah, picture your hydrant in use, a bit blurry. Yeah, but the hydrant taking fuel from the underground storage, running it through what is essentially a big pump, and then via the refuel station, filling the aircraft up at, what did we say, 50 psi and 300 gallons per minute. Yeah. Normally, you're going to have some sort of access equipment. Again, if you've got to get steps out or ladders out, just be very careful you don't fall over, because you're moving hoses about. It can be quite awkward. I wouldn't like to see anybody hurt themselves, so just watch out for that one. Your tanker, your hydrant refueler. Again, you can see quite clearly there it's marked up for Jet A1. We know the underground bund is full of Jet A1. Yeah, little wheels on the hydrant. Do you guys have this type of refueler there, or do you use the big tankers?
No.
We have tankers only, not hydrant.
Right. Okay. Okay. So with your tanker, you need to know to be careful with your steps and all the rest of it, making sure you get the right fuel in. This really made me laugh. Yeah, there was a chap went out to work in Qatar. Yeah, and he got a new tanker in, and he said to the guy, make sure that it's clearly labelled with diesel fuel in Arabic and no smoking in Arabic. And the tanker came back from the paint shop, and that's what he got: diesel fuel in Arabic, non-smoking in Arabic. Yeah, so rather than having the Arabic letters on, that's exactly he got exactly what he asked for. Yeah, refueling. Yeah, we said that it's got to take place outside. No sparks, no flames, no source of sparking or flaming anywhere, and our firefighting equipment notices have got to be displayed. The correct earthing and bonding. Yeah, correct grade and type of fuel. We mentioned that. Yeah. And the refueling has got to take place. Now, again, this is worth sticking a highlighter through. Your refueling has got to take place at least 15 metres or 50 feet from any buildings. Refueling is a supervised operation, so there's going to be one man in charge, and he'll have a distinctive high-vis vest on, so we know who's in charge of the operation. Vehicles around the aircraft need to be positioned so if anything does go wrong, they can escape quickly. Yeah, so there's no blocking in. Yeah, certainly with your refuel vehicle, yeah, he's got to be able to drive straight away and get away from any problem areas. So that vehicle needs to be manned at all times. Driver can't wander off and have a look round and a smoke while you're refueling. Emergency exits, yeah, need to be kept clear. Vehicle manned, we said that. Again, stick a highlighter through the fact that the APU, yeah, has got to be started. If we need the APU running, we have that up and started and up and running before we connect the refueling hose, before we connect to the refuel manifold. Yeah. If the APU shuts down during a fueling operation, then the fueling operation has got to cease before the APU can be restarted. Boom. Yeah. That one's showing a bit of overwing action there for a large aircraft. But again, you can see we've got the earth. Yeah, earth's got to be connected before we start any pumping fuel in. The bowser's going to be earthed to the ground, and the refueling vehicle, the bowser, will be connected to the aircraft as well. Yeah, so there'll be a refuel bonding connection to the aeroplane. So the earth and the bonding, yeah, connect your earth first before we do anything. Connect the earth up. If we're operating a ground power unit, a GPU, again, the exhaust of the GPU's got to be at least 6 meters away from the refueling point. Remember the 6 meters. Yeah, that's worth a highlighter. If we've got less than 20 passengers on the aircraft, we've got to disembark them, take them off, making sure that we've got the right fuel flow, the right pressure rates. We talked about that before. If you've got passengers on the aircraft and refueling is taking place while passengers are on board, they've all got to be briefed that the refueling is going on. Make sure none of them are smoking. Make sure we've got sufficient exit ways, yeah, so we can get people off in the event of anything going wrong. And to that end, we need sufficient cabin crew to man each emergency exit. So if you're refueling with passengers on board, the doors should be open and there should be one of the cabin crew at each exit to direct people out. Again, part of the briefing, don't fanny about with the switches, don't mess with electrics. No operating the switches. The crew I've already mentioned. Now, helicopters, it says, I think it says in the notes, that you're not allowed to refuel with passengers on board, but that's kind of now down to the operator. Yeah, if the operator's instructions allow you to refuel with passengers on board, that's up to them. But the party line for us and in the notes is that helicopters shouldn't be refueled with passengers on. Yeah, the refueling hose, refueling connector. Yeah, again, there are different types, but the refueling hose, just put it on, twist it, and that connects it. The protective cap that we talked about, yeah, always have that on because we don't want contaminants being introduced into the aeroplane. There's a little locking lever, so once the thing's attached, we can lock it in place. And again, before we connect that hose, we're going to make sure that we're bonded to the aircraft. So most hoses will give you a bonding clip or a bonding plug, yeah, so that we can connect the aeroplane, bond it safely. Defueling into buckets, yeah, metal buckets. Make sure that the bonding has been put on between the bucket and the aircraft, that the two are bonded together. I think it was about 2 years ago in Saudi Arabia, they were draining fuel from a small aircraft into a metal bucket. They didn't have the bonding strap there, and the fuel caught fire. Burnt the little hanger down that the aircraft was in, and it also burnt to death the guy that was doing the defueling operation. So make sure that bonding is done if you're putting fuel into buckets. Radio, radar shouldn't be switched on, shouldn't be transmitting. And the combustion heaters that we talked about yesterday, yeah, make sure that the combustion heaters are switched off. They shouldn't be running while the refueling is taking place. Any maintenance operations, yeah, again, common sense, nothing that's going to introduce any sparks. And another one to watch for with our aircraft, if it's landed, if it's had a heavy landing or whatever, make sure that it hasn't got hot brakes before you do the refueling operation. If you did get a leak or a spill onto hot brakes, again, that would be catastrophic. So you should only refuel once the brakes are at a suitable temperature. Yeah, be prepared to act in the event of an emergency. Always expect the worst, prepare for the worst. Ready to leg it and drive things away, turn things off. And another top tip, yeah, and again, worth a highlighter. When you're refueling, make sure that the chocks are moved away from the wheels by a safe distance, 6-8 inches, something like that. Yeah. If you've got your wheel of your aircraft and you've got your chock fitted, as the weight of the aircraft increases, that chock is going to get trapped. Yeah. If you move the chock, let's say just 6 inches away from the wheel, as the weight of the aircraft settles, as the tyre expands, you're not going to get trapped, and you're not going to have the embarrassment of trying to. I've lost my thing. You're not going to have the embarrassment of trying to take the chock out while it's wedged under the wheel. That is a horrible exercise to try and perform. Yeah, if you got 2 chocks under there, you've got a nightmare on your hands. What else we've got to say? Yeah, we mentioned working at height. If you're doing overwing refueling or if you're working under a refuel station, If you've got to go up ladders, you've got the hoses. There's a potential for falling off the ladder, so watch out for that. Fuel spill procedures. Each airfield operations area should have spill procedures, so if there is a fuel spillage, it can be contained and we're not damaging the environment, because we like the environment. It's good for us. Yeah. Once the aircraft has been refueled, we're going to do that sampling check, and we're just going to take a sample of fuel and make sure that it's not contaminated. Yeah, it's generally after refuel that's been carried out. Having said that, the fueling equipment is going to be checked daily before it's used, so we're just again belt and braces. But one of the checks we do carry out is for water. Yeah. So once the aircraft's been refueled, take a sample and check it for the amount of water that's in the fuel. If it's showing a lot, then we need to drain that water off. Yeah. So allow your fuel to settle. Yeah, and then the specific gravity of the fuel. We need specific gravity so we can convert the liquid of fuel amount into weight. So each fuel has got its own SG. The Bowser driver should have the specific gravity of the fuel on a card with him, but there are ways that you can work it out if you're not sure. Yeah, we'll look at specific gravity in just a minute. Make sure that all your equipment is positioned so that in the event of an emergency, it can scuttle off very, very quickly, not impede the fire engines or anything that come to rescue us. Yeah, that was I think it was China that happened, refueling accident, spark, and the whole aircraft burst into flames. Not very nice. They were very fortunate in this case because nobody was hurt, but they obviously lost the aeroplane. That was beyond redemption, beyond recovery. Specific gravity. Yeah, we're going to use specific gravity to convert volume to weight. Again, for the specific gravity, stick a highlighter through that. The purpose of it is to convert volume to weight. So the amount of litres of fuel you're putting into an aircraft, we need to transpose that into kilograms for everything with the aircraft. Sort of revolves around the weight of the aeroplane, doesn't it? Yeah, so SG converts volume to weight, or imperial gallons to pounds, or litres to kilograms. The way they do it, the specific gravity of water is given a figure of 1, and everything else is compared to that. Again, highlight at time. The specific gravity of kerosene is round about 0.81. Yeah, if you remember 0.8, you won't go far wrong. That's the SG of our kerosene. Yeah, so the amount of fuel that we put into the aircraft, you've put 30,000 litres into the aeroplane. The driver will say, right, well, the SG is this, and you'll be able to work out the conversion to the weight for the aeroplane. We're rattling on quite well here, guys. So has anybody got any questions on anything I've covered so far? No? The last little bit then, we're just going to have a quick look at rotary wing fuel systems. Again, rotary, like everything else we've discussed today, is fairly simple, fairly straightforward. So we'll have a quick look at that. And unfortunately, means we've finished a few minutes early. So we've got a chance to chat about anything you need about, or we can have a feet up and a relax for the rest of the evening. If we'd had a
Yeah.
proper tea break, we'd have been fine. Somebody talking to me? No? Okay. Right. Helicopter fuel systems then. I know some of you guys are going on to be B1.3s. So the helicopter fuel system, all of the components and the procedures and working in tanks and the requirements for fuel are all the same as we've had for the fixed wing. So everything you've been through so far is pretty much repeated in the next few slides. For our helicopter, exactly the same. We need to supply fuel in excess of engine demand to the aircraft. Yeah, and that's under all conditions. Yeah, and the conditions, sea level, full power, almost empty tank. Yeah. Again, that was meant to show you a helicopter whizzing past at a great rate of knots, but it doesn't run for whatever reason. Yeah. So fuel tanks on helicopters. Helicopters similar to our fixed wing aircraft, in as much as we've got a simple system and we've got large aircraft. Yeah. But whatever type of aircraft it is, same as your fixed wing, we need to push that fuel to the engines. Yeah. With a simple system. Yeah, again, it's going to be the gravity-fed system where we're going to have a fuel tank above the engine. That fuel is going to be fed from the tank, from the lowest inboard point. Yeah, it's going to get fed via the selector, the on-off, the LP cock, one tank, two tank, or off. Booster pump normally in the fuel line, as we said before. There'll be a filter in there as well, and then onto the engine to feed the engine. Yeah, lovely simple little system. The tank, in this case, it was a rigid tank, and the rigid tank is held in a protective compartment. Remember we talked about that? Yeah, so you've got the protective compartment. Inside there, you're going to have your fuel tank. Yeah. If you see fuel dripping out of the protective compartment, we know that the tank's leaking. Yeah. It's going to have a refuel point on it, exactly the same as we said before. And you'll hopefully notice here, we've got the earth point adjacent to the fuel tank. So before we even start fueling, we can plug the earth in to make sure that we're all safe and sound. That was an old AST helicopter, as you can probably see there. But it went to a new home, unfortunately. Yeah, similar to what we saw before. Yeah, we've got our two fuel tanks feeding down to the selector valve. Yeah, via a filter, via our little booster pump to the engine. Absolutely wonderful, no problem, brilliant. And that's your gravity-fed system, and that's where the tanks are going to be above the engine. Unfortunately, most helicopters, because they're all wacky and crazy, and the way the things are set up, the engines normally live above the fuselage, yeah, next to the rotor head, because that's where the drive's from. The fuselage, where we keep the fuel tanks, is below the engines. So we need to have a system whereby fuel can get pushed up to the engine where we need to. So in this case, we've got a left-hand tank and a right-hand tank, and they're going to feed into what they call the collector. And the collector is just making sure that we've got an even feed of fuel. The collector tank from there via a non-return valve. Don't forget your spider. Yeah, through the check valve, through the NRV, up through the selector, through your filter, and to the engine. Yeah. So basically, it's just a simple system upside down. Yeah, because your engines tend to be above the fuselage. With your rotary wing aircraft, certainly the more modern ones, most of the tanks are of the flexible variety. Yeah, so put the flexi tanks in, and we can make well, you can see from this thing, we can make the most of the available space in the aircraft. Yeah, engines on this one mounted at the back end. The tanks are going to be dotted around, so the fuel system is going to be feeding fuel up to the engines from the various tanks wherever they're located. Twin-engined helicopters, yeah, again, we're going to have the bag tanks dotted about. Yeah, we're going to draw that fuel from the bag tanks to a collector, and from the collector, that fuel is going to be fed up to the engines, pretty much. I'll just move on from that. Yeah, so again, and for the fixed-wing guys, good little recap at the end of the day. We've got our refuel valves where we're going to carry out our pressure refueling. We've got 2 tanks in this instance. Yeah, and from the refuel valve, we're going to put fuel into the tank via the cascade device. Don't forget your cascade device to protect the structure. We've got our fuel pumps, yeah, our booster pumps, and those booster pumps are there to push the fuel down to the engine via the LP cocks for the engines. Yeah, shut-off valve in this diagram, but we call them the LP cocks, and that is isolating the engine from the main system fuel feed. Low-level float switch, we talked about that. So when the tank's empty, that'll trip off and put a caption on in the cabin, so we know that tank's empty. High-level float switch, so when the tank's full, it can cut off the refuel valve. So once the tank is filled, away we go. Our vent lines, yeah, which will take us off to, normally on a helicopter, it'll be overboard. Yeah, I personally haven't come across one, but there may well be aircraft with vent tanks fitted. As I say, I've not come across it personally, but that's not to say they're not there. But we've got that vent facility. Within the tank, capacitance unit, which is giving us our tank contents, and as the backup, we've got the dipstick, or the drop stick as they call it on here. So we can just twist that 90 degrees, drop it down, and we can read off the level of fuel in the tank. Jettison facility, again, if we need to dump fuel, we've got a jettison pipe. If we're jettisoning, one pump will run as a jettison pump, and it will run at a higher speed to dump the fuel overboard. Yeah, the fuel will leave via a stack pipe just to make sure we've got sufficient left to preserve the aircraft. And again, for the rotary wing guys, yeah, this one we're taking a tapping of fuel to run to our combustion heater. Yeah, so we can keep the crew and the passengers nice and warm and comfy and cozy and toasty. Yeah, all the fuel components that we have talked about for the fixed wing cross-refer to the helicopter. So all the switches, all the valves, all the rest of it are all common. So what we have covered today on all those fuel components, yeah, will be the same in Module 11, Module 12. Has anybody got any questions on any of that little lot? Anything that we have covered there?
Jim?
Yeah.
I wonder if you could repeat this coupling thing. You know, flexible coupling, V coupling, and sliding coupling.
Yep, can do that.
Two types. Yes.
Right. Obviously, we're delivering fuel from the tanks to, we're going to have lots of pipelines running about, fuel pipes, aren't we? And all your couplings are how we connect the fuel pipes together, or how we connect them to the tank. Yeah, so there are different types of coupling that we'll come across.
Okay.
Where's my little arrow? Yeah. So your pipes on the side of the system that we're talking about, on the LP side, normally made from aluminium alloy. Once you're down to HP side, we're into stainless steel. The couplings, we get flexible couplings, V-band clamps, and sliding couplings. Your flexible couplings is just two pipes joined together. Yeah.
Okay.
At the end of the pipe, standard bead. Yeah. And all we do is put a little retainer around the two beads.
Okay.
Make sure that we've got seals fitted, and we just screw the two halves of the coupling together. The reason that they are flexible is because if you think where the aircraft is, where the fuel is fed from, in the wings, in the fuselage, that aircraft is going to be flexing. Yeah. Fuselage is pressurized, so it's expanding. The wings are moving up and down, turbulence, all the rest of it. If we had those pipes rigid and solid, they would just fracture, they would crack. So the flexible couplings just allow a little bit of movement in the pipes, just to stop them from getting damaged. We just need that little bit of movement there.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, that's just an example of what they call gamma couplings. Yeah. O-rings, very important. Yeah. Put the O-rings over the end. We've got the retainer. Yeah, that's going to slide over it's normally in two halves, so you can see the join there. So once your O-rings are on, push the two halves of the pipe together, slide the retainer over to hold them together, and then we're just going to put this clamp round them. For your standard pipeline, rather than putting a clamp round, you're just going to have two screw fittings that all twist together, kind of like that. Yeah. So if you imagine that's the end of a pipe, yeah, we'll just have the two joined together. Just try to see if I can see one there, but I can't. Your sliding couplings, that was the one I said to make sure that you put your highlighter through. The sliding coupling is there just for carrying air and vapor. Yeah, we don't use sliding couplings where we've got liquid fuel. We just use them where we've got air and vapor. The V-band clamp, we talked about V-bands the other day. Yeah, they just fit over the flanges of the pipe. Again, they're a good little fastener, good little coupling, I should say, efficient, effective. Sliding coupling, V-bands, and that was about that, I think.
Yeah, excuse me, Jim.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Jim.
Can you explain where the sliding couplings are used?
Where what? Sorry.
Where can you give some examples where the sliding couplings are used?
Whereabouts are you going to get air and vapor in a fuel system that we've talked about?
Your vapor passes through the sliding couplings. Could you give some examples, like where, especially where?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you. Where what we've been talking about today, where do you think we're going to get fuel vapor?
In the vent, Jim?
In the vent, yeah. Yeah, vent lines. Yeah, it's where you're most likely to find your sliding couplings. Yeah, because that's where you're going to get fuel and air vapor.
Yeah.
So that's Rajesh, isn't it? So that's an example of where you'd find a sliding coupling.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Anybody else got any questions, queries? No. Right. Well, that's us come to the end of that book. Like I say, we're about 20 minutes early today, so consider that a bonus. But we didn't have a tea break, so that's fine by me. Has anybody got any problems with what we've done today, instruction-wise, content-wise, anything like that?
Everything good, Jim?
Everything good today,
Yeah,
thank you.
So
Yeah.
you are going
That's
to
good.
give questions to Yadav tomorrow for this fuel system?
Sorry?
You're going to give the question to Yadav tomorrow for this fuel system?
Yes, yeah, and I'll try and find that link to the different levels for you as well, and I'll send that if I can find it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else got anything at all for me before we call it a day? Was that a bit better for you today with the highlighting bit? I don't want Sanjay on me or Sanjeev on me tail tomorrow.
Yeah, it is okay. If you have any
Yeah.
questions, we'll ask tomorrow.
Yep, I'll get those questions sent to Yadav, and he can pass them on to you again. So unless anybody else has got anything at all, that's it for today.